Meeting to order. If you would rise and join me in the pledge, I appreciate it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Son Jason's calling. You guys mind if welcome everyone. Busy agenda this morning, and I think that we will try and move as quickly as we can through our departmental reports with our scheduled hearing at 10 o'clock and an opportunity for public comment at that time regarding the proposed voting centers or the changes to them. I think that we will get right into the heart of the meeting this morning. So welcome to those of you that are here as visitors. We're always glad to see different faces and well, some of the same faces, but nice to have you here with us this morning. To begin with, the agenda for today's meeting has been published, posted. There are no, according to my knowledge, there are no changes that need to be made. Commissioner Burkhart?
Just with that meeting, it's a continuation. The meeting at 11 is a continuation of this meeting. Yeah,
it was actually advertised that it would be after the meeting, but our conversation that we will have starting at 11 o'clock regarding the voting center topic is a continuation of, it's not an in addition to the meeting, just so that everybody's clear on that. Commissioner Burkhart, anything else that we need to change with the agenda?
No, I believe it looks good.
Commissioner Walsh, I would entertain a motion to adopt the agenda for today's meeting.
Make a motion we adopt the agenda for today's meeting.
Also good. It's been moved and seconded that we adopt the agenda for today's meeting. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Minutes have been published, and I have had a chance to look them over. Didn't see any problems with them. Commissioner Burkhart, did you see anything that needed to change with the minutes from the previous meeting?
No, sir.
Commissioner Walsh? Nope. Is there a motion to accept the minutes from the approve the minutes from the previous meeting?
Make a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the previous meeting.
I'll second that. It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes from the previous meeting. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Minutes are approved. I really don't have a lot as far as opening comments. I will say that it's been, I think that everybody would probably think that I'm crazy for saying this, but these proposed voting center changes and everything that's brought about, it's provided that opportunity to have some really good conversations with people around the county. I know that I've had some good phone calls and we've had good conversation about it. It has been interesting. You want to bring out the passion in people, talk about some of these kinds of things. And so I guess I would like to say to those people that have reached out to me, it's been in nothing but a respectful way. Let's have the conversation. Let's talk about what this means to the people of Goshen County. So I want to thank them for that. Also want to thank the people that are present here today. I am going to guess that as we get closer to that 11 o'clock time frame and we roll into that part of it and the presentation at 11 o'clock, that we will see additional faces in the room. So Commissioner Burkhart, I will yield to you. Do you have any comments at this time before we start the meeting?
I don't.
Commissioner Walsh? Nope. Okay. Let's roll right into our departmental reports then. Sheriff's report. Good morning, Herbie.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing well.
Good.
So to go over the profit and loss for July 2025, we have a net income of $33,521.10. That takes our July 24 through June 25 balance to as a net income of $492,140.07. We're still waiting to hear back from Rubart's reference to the 3 vehicles that had previously been spoken about. 2 of those vehicles would be for patrol, 1 would be for transport, but then yet again, still waiting for them That's everything I have for you.
Okay, and that has all been presented to us previously. That is a copy of that. That down to you. So I was curious, and as I was out and around the county during that latter part of July, the first part of August, it seems like the traffic is crazy around here. I know that unfortunately one fatality, I believe, north of Ringo, the result of a traffic accident up there. I think that it continues to beg the question and maybe bring up the point that it's so hard to keep your staff and with limited staff out there able to control and do everything that you guys are trying to do. Just want you to know that we greatly appreciate and know what you guys are kind of going through with that. It gets wild around here during that Sturgis time and with the increased traffic, and so I'm sure I really don't need to impart that knowledge on you, but we do appreciate what you guys do year round, but it seems like especially challenging this time of year.
Thank you very much, Jeremy.
I don't have any further questions or comments. Commissioner Burkhardt?
I do not.
Commissioner Walsh?
Nope.
Okay, if there's nothing further, I would entertain a motion to accept the sheriff's report.
I'll make a motion to accept the sheriff's report, the earnings report, and commissary report.
I would second that.
It's been moved and seconded to accept the sheriff's report, including the earnings report and the commissary report. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Sorry to be short with everyone today, but
It's okay.
I'll step out.
With our schedule today, we'll probably try and move fairly quickly through this, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Treasurer's report. Good morning, Letitia.
You wanna do the road and bridge report first?
Oh, look at you. Oh,
Well,
where's the mic at? I want to do a microphone.
Well, usually they're not on for this time, so that's why I forgot to add it. There isn't on there for the resolution.
Well, we've got them down under new business. We don't have an actual road and bridge report,
Alright.
so, yeah.
Oh, you can take it.
Let's stay in your lane, Letitia.
Well, then. Want this report or not? So for the end of July, our reserve funds were at $9,842,120.39. Total reserve funds, $14,516,243.57. And so with our reserve of 2.9, our spendable cash is $7,574,123.18 for the end of July. This report does not include the two resolutions that we were supposed to set aside those reserve funds for. I thought I was to get with Aaron to see how we were gonna set those aside and see what we were gonna do with those, so I haven't included it in this
Okay,
as far as
so that will be
where those
reflected.
are.
Yeah, okay.
Do that this week.
Okay. I also gave Mary two of the irrigation district certificates that need to be signed. One is for, I believe it's for Ferris, and one is for Hill. I'm still waiting for Horse Creek and Torrington. Barry Weatherly from Arnold will not be sending out any irrigation notices again this year. They just don't meet the money, so.
So there's two of them.
Yep. So hopefully by next meeting I will have the other two. The other thing I would like to ask, which you probably don't want to do this, but I would like to see if I could have another position in my office. Last couple months, I paid almost $1,600 in overtime for my girls. They're either gonna quit for staying there till 7 o'clock every night or not getting paid enough.
And you currently have full-time,
I have 3 clerks and 1 deputy. I don't know if it's with the new plate series that we're just not getting, it's just taking longer. So the lines are longer. They're not getting their balance done until after 3 o'clock, and that's from the morning. I don't get my deposit to the bank until I do. So it's just been rough. And I can't pay Bonnie overtime, so she's got like 50 hours in comp time.
do you foresee, would you be requesting this maybe on a temporary basis based on,
No, because it also affects when I have 1 person sick, 1 person on vacation. That leaves only 2 people in the office plus me.
And I had someone else ask me this question. How long, have you had this number of people in your office?
I think the treasurer before Maxine had a full staff, and when Maxine took over, she got rid of 1 position. So that was 11
So
years ago.
over 11 years ago, you had an additional person, then for the last 10 years, you've had the same amount. And now you're. And she has had a life.
Yeah, you can see it every time we open up.
And it's usually on a Friday night.
so I guess what I would like to suggest is that we look at your budget in further detail and examine, I mean, you're the treasurer, you probably have a better idea than anybody. But I think knowing just exactly how that looks and what it does to your budget. I think that our first thought is that we always want to do what we can to try and fully staff all of our departments. But at the end of the day, and I think our conversations as commissioners always goes back to, is there the money to do it? I certainly would support that if there is the money there to do it.
And I had talked to Mary about it, so I asked her if we could look at the numbers and see how it would all work.
Commissioner Burkhardt, anything to add to that?
The $1,600, just,
It was actually, that's for the year, since January 1st, I didn't say that right, but since January 1st. Each girl has had over like 50 hours in overtime. That would be Harley, Brandy, and Bonnie. I can't pay Bonnie anything, but Harley's like almost at $900 in overtime.
Well, then I don't think that anybody would walk into the treasurer's office and say, wow, there's a lot of idle time in there that seems like a lot of people doing nothing. I know that any time that I go in there, it does seem like there's a line, it's always busy, so let us look at it. Let us dig a little deeper into the budget situation, and like I said, I think that you as well as anybody knows exactly what's there and what we could do, and so we'll check further into
Thank you.
See, it never hurts to ask. Okay, Patricia, anything else?
I got Debbie's tax roll just last week, so that's gonna start taxes coming out hopefully by the middle of next month. Starting all over again.
Something to look forward to.
And that's all I got.
Okay. All right, Patricia, thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, any questions, further questions for Patricia? Or motion to approve the treasurer's
I'll
report?
make a motion to approve the treasurer's report.
And second. It's been moved and seconded to accept the treasurer's, approve the treasurer's report. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Patricia.
Thank you.
Mary, are you ready?
Sure. Here are the minutes from the last meeting. The liabilities, total liabilities. And the updated report. I mean, I can tell you a little bit of information, but I'm sure that it wouldn't matter if these people out here heard this. So since we were trying so hard to cut the budget, Letitia's budget would have to be amended to add an employee, which, you know, there's the spendable cash money that we would have to take the money out of to add to the
Yeah, that makes total sense. I think it's so easy to look at that spendable cash position and think that that's a nice nest egg there, and while I think we can feel good about that position, I think we've got to be very cautious with it, and that's the scary part of that. I think that's where that conversation goes, but that's something that I guess we get paid the big bucks for. Trying to figure that out, and manage it. So anything else, Mary?
No.
Commissioners, any questions for Mary on the clerk's report? No. Is there a motion to accept?
I'll make a motion to accept the clerk's report. If they didn't want to reports, payroll liability report.
That's it. It's been moved and seconded to accept the clerk's report, including the updated warrant report, payroll liabilities report. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Library report. There's good news out of the library, isn't there?
There's a lot of good news. Our library has been named the Wyoming Library Association Outstanding Library of the Year. So they're gonna get that award on Thursday, September 25th in Casper at their annual conference. So that was exciting. We wrapped up the summer reading program. I think the last time I was here, it was just starting. We had 441 registrations. And that's 100 more than the previous year. So that was up. Participants read over 351,000 minutes and over 2,100 books. So that was good. We did the YO Gives in July. We received with offline and online donations over $16,000. And then we got an incentive of $4,708 from the Hughes Charitable Foundation. So to add to that. Starting September 1, the library will return to regular hours. There will be fall programming. The maker space is going to open to the public, and there will be new adult programming at that time. We do have some grants that we've received. One was for an educational kitchen cart. So that's going to be used to teach basic kitchen skills to children and teens.
Aaron could use that too.
Yeah, you're welcome to come on over. We'll let you know when it is.
Perfect.
There are classroom cruisers that the Community Pride Foundation funded, and those are actually exercise bikes with desk space. So kids can move while they're doing their homework or reading. And then we got a mini grant focused on the American Revolution. It's for America's 250th anniversary. And that was funded through WETA and PBS. So there are details to come about what that will look like. And that is about all I have for you.
We need to continue to revisit that, what do you call it, quincentennial celebration. Because I know that we had representation here from the chamber. We had talked about that, and it's one of those things that kind of gets moved to the back table. So I think something that we need to continue to visit about. And, who's our contact with the chamber? Mariah, yeah. We may want to try and coordinate and see what else is going on, what we can do with that. So I was excited and appreciated the email. We knew about the award that the library was receiving after the email had gone out. So big congratulations. I think that's a huge feather in your cap, and to everybody at the library. You guys have got a great crew over there that works well together, and a foundation that supports and does an awful lot for you. So, yeah. Very good. Okay. Anything else that you would like to add to your report? So, okay. Commissioner Burkhardt, any questions?
No, just congratulations and thank you for all the hard work and working with the youth of our county. That's amazing.
Well, I'll try to be there and we'll see how this.
I know. I'll let them know it may not work out.
You want to bet on it? Is it over under?
I'm not feeling like that today.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I'll make a motion to accept the library report.
That's second.
It's been moved and seconded to accept the library report. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Session report. Got both of them.
Yeah, I'm bringing.
Better both of them. Brought back up today.
I sent you some information, Jeremy had presented at the last meeting about, excuse me, the changes that I'd like to make with the website. As you're aware, it's kind of when the budgets were submitted in April, I didn't really know what to expect. Since then, Brandy has stepped away, so we have to make some changes there. And I scoped out a company that we've already worked with. They actually provide our agricultural piece already, the Schneider Corp, through their Beacon service. So basically what they will do is host the property search portion for us. Anyway, the bad news seems to be a running thing, but I did not budget fully enough for that. Last year I had budgeted about 12,000, thinking maybe there would be a change last year. Didn't, ended up turning about $30,000 back in my budget. Now it's come to fruition after the budgeting time. So the cost for that is, as explained, $15,000 for the initial setup, to get that program up and going, feed them all the data, they will, put that all in. And then, it'll be a $10,000 a year, expense for us. Like I said, I budgeted 7,500 this year, so in all total, they're prorating the remainder of this year for 2,500 plus the onboarding fee, the 15,000, and then the additional 10,000 starting January 1. So I'm looking for a $20,000 adjustment to my budget, or however those funds would come about. Based on all of that, I sent you a copy of the contract so you'd have a chance to look through all of that and hopefully get us a decision. That they're telling me that it would be a 30 to 45 day window in order to get it up and running. The bad part is that the current property search product that we have now, as soon as I deliver that tax roll to Letitia, it becomes outdated. I've asked Brandy to please extend it for another month so we can hopefully get things rolling and get on to the new. And I can tell you that the property search piece is one of the nice features with the Beacon product is we'll be able to monitor how many hits we're getting, how many people are looking at that product. But I can tell you from years ago, before the property search, we had a ton of traffic in our office. Realtors, bankers, insurance folks, attorneys, constantly in our files. The files would come up missing because they walk out the door, things like that. So the property search has really helped us that way as far as staffing, not having to answer those questions. We still get occasional questions when they need a sketch or something, but for the most part, it's there for them. Transparency and all of that. So
Yes.
So for our searching, we can charge people for do any of the assessors around the state charge people to use their?
I don't believe that they charge for the daily fees. This product has the ability to do that. You could buy a subscription and, and that way we could monitor it. It has a lot of bells and whistles that I don't really foresee us using at this point, but they are included in that price. Some of the things are like sketches, photos, things like that we have on file. I've never been a proponent of sharing that information out to the public. If they want it, they can come in and get it. It is public. But I don't think I need to make that part easy for the stalkers of the world. So I've just never ever gone there. And of course now with Google, it's out there whether I like it or not. But anyway, so this is just a good means, and there's quite a little bit of history. I don't know if you had a chance to go onto their website so you can kind of see how it works, but it's very user-friendly. We'll have an impactful amount of information. I'm gonna hopefully backload so that there's some history there with this new company. I just need go.
Just a quick comment that I have from a realtor standpoint. And I don't know how this would change or what it may look like moving forward, but we use other searches or other assessor websites in other counties. Yours has always been one of the most user-friendly and easiest to navigate. So the question would be, will it change in appearance? I mean, when we get on there, is this product going to look completely different?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I sent you that link. If anybody is interested in seeing it or coming up, just click on the link. It'll take you right to the Beacon website, and you can select the county. I think that there is some adjusting that we can do so that when Goshen County goes to their site, only my site would come up, if that's what we choose. But there is a whole plethora. I think they have 1,200 counties in the nation that are using their services.
Mm-hmm.
So and we have the ability to massage that how we want. Where Wyoming, the sales prices are not, they're confidential, so that's not shared out. You'll see that when you go looking. Some counties have that information out there. We've only ever historically offered the book and page of the last document. But we would have the ability to put a lot more information out there as far as all the history of that particular parcel, or there's a lot that we could do with it. And I kind of feel a little bit torn. We've used Brandy Taylor forever and she's been wonderful, but she's been doing it for nothing for us as kind of a community service, because the fees that she was charging were less than $1,000 a year. This is going to charge us, this will be a $10,000 a year annual expense, but I really do feel like it's worth the time and effort for it. It would also be a place that I could share a lot of other information about exemptions and other things for us in our office. So anyway, that is my pitch on that. And then also I have three reduction orders that I need. One has been delivered to the treasurer as correct, so that means there's no corrections to do.
Do you have anything to add, from an IT standpoint in regards to, their situation and that possibility of change or the
Yes.
inevitability of change?
Yeah, the inevitability of change is, there's no question we have to change. Our current vendor is no longer going to provide the service, so we have to change. There's not really a movement there. We did attend the presentations by the vendors, had IT personnel, myself, on several meetings that we went through. Beacon was probably the most affordable, cost-effective option out there. There are bigger and better Cadillacs out there, but this one provides all the services we need at a reasonable price. Brandy, right now, her contract has ended, so she's kind of keeping us on board out of the goodness of her heart. And the implementation of this from a signed contract is 45 days. So at any point in time, she decides to not continue to provide her service for basically almost for free for us. We're going to be without that service to the citizens until about 45 days. Because we have to give access, we have to give them access to the firewall, which we're in the middle of the update of the network right now. So there may be a hiccup or two there that might delay a day or two, but for the most part, we've got to work with them to give them access in and out of the network, and then also give them access to the databases that hold the information that Debbie's office and the treasurer have, so that they can keep the files updated. One of the things this thing would do now is Brandy's website only updated every so often. This one will do it every day. So I think Brandy's is once a year. Once a year, our information in the assessor search was updated once a year. Now to be every night. So there's a little bit of IT tie in there, but the inevitability of it with the vendor no longer providing the service, we have to move on. And I think that the choice of Beacon is a good choice. They're solid. They have a good reputation. They're out there amongst a lot of small counties throughout the Midwest and other parts of the country as well. So they understand the whole concept of what we're doing here in Goshen County versus bigger cities and stuff like that. So, but it literally is going to take at least 45 days from the sign of the contract to go live. So.
The next part is they have worked with the same software companies that we use that Harris support out of Fort Collins, and that's a contract with the state of Wyoming. So they work with them. They've also worked with ArcGIS, so they are very familiar with our product. So we'll continue to have Max. He'll still be providing that mapping service through them, through a link. So I think it will work well. It's getting there.
Okay. So if I understand correctly, would this require a budget amendment
Yes.
immediately?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have an exact dollar amount, or do we have a figure?
20,000.
And that's just.
Yeah, I budgeted 7,500 for this, but again, it's going to be 2,500 this year and then 10,500 for beginning January 1st. So I was under on my estimate there, about 5,500. And then the $15,000 one-time fee. So between all of that,
And that
20,000 bucks.
sorry to interrupt. That 10,000 is a 1-year fee. That's why it comes in
Yes.
January.
Yes.
So
Yes.
technically, you split up between the 2 fiscal years, but.
Yes. Yeah. And they did prorate it for us, so it's only 2,500 to get us up and going this year, and then next year, January, it'll start again. So I would need to amend my budget by that $20,000.
So let's deal with that first. I would entertain a motion to allow Debbie to amend her budget in the amount of $20,000 for the purpose of moving forward with this vendor. Given that time is of the essence and knowing that we need to move as quickly as possible, I would entertain such a motion.
I make a motion, we allow the assessor's office to purchase the program necessary and amend their budget by $20,000 to make it happen.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to allow the assessor's office a budget amendment of $20,000 for the purpose of moving forward with this new vendor. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries and that amendment is taken care of. Now, Debbie, is there anything else that you need right now as far as continuing with that or keeping that moving forward? Just so that there were no interruption with what you are providing as far as that.
Not that I'm aware of, just the signature on the contract. I believe they want, the contract is written for Goshen County, not for my office, so.
Okay.
I think it would be your signature.
It's interesting to me that we've had somebody like Brandy Thaler in our area that has been able to provide what she has provided for as long as she has, and we've been very fortunate, and we see in a situation like this, not only financially what it's going to cost. I think that relationship and that ability to reach out to Brandy, at a minute's notice is certainly something that we can't underestimate the value of that. So we will go on the record as commissioners as thanking Brandy for her years of service and what she's done for Goshen County, especially for the assessor's office.
And I think a lot of that was unknown to many of us.
Yeah.
It just happened.
And sometimes our offices and the things that happen in our office, they just evolve. It's really not an announcement or anything, it just is. So when I found her and she was willing to do it, at the time, we thought $1,000 was a lot. And that was why I did it once a year, and so I was like, we're not doing that. But to kind of get up with the times or whatever, I am excited that it will be updated daily.
I know from a first responder standpoint, we use it quite often when we have a fire. It's like, well, whose land is this on?
I'm anxious to see how many people are using it, because people I talk to in the community, I'm on that thing all the time. I'm always scoping that. So.
Well, and I think in terms of Mary's comment about, are there places where we can be maybe recouping some of the cost of it, by charging for some of that information. I would charge all realtors that aren't currently county commissioners.
One of the other features that comes along with it that I thought was interesting, and they did the demo, was there's a banner at the top of the page, and you can sell those as ads, like local businesses or whatever. And I thought, oh wow, I don't know that we want to go there, but it's there if we ever get to that point.
But I do think in terms of, there are so many different search engines out there and apps and different things that Onyx Hunt and Zillow and all of these different, and I would think that those would be the entities that they should have to pay for it.
Oh, yeah.
But, are we the 19th today?
And I can tell you that when those entities call us or contact us about purchasing our parcel shape files and things like that, I do charge them. It's $500 pop. Okay, annually, if wherever else they're getting their information, I'm not sure, but they do get it from me. Again, there's 5 or 6 of those really. It's all throughout the year that we get those requests.
Okay, anything else?
Nope, I don't think so. The 3 reduction orders total, I don't know if you saw that, Mary, total 2,766.48. Other than that, yep.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Jeremy, thank you. Appreciate it. Gentlemen, anything further on the assessor's report? Nope.
Approve the assessor's report.
That's like,
It's been moved and seconded to approve the assessor's report. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Extension report. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
You two all recovered, rested up?
Shelby.
Yeah.
And probably not.
No.
But it's fine.
You and Douglas all week, last week? Yeah. on the heels of county fair. It's been busy, hasn't it?
Yes, it's been good.
Well, I would like to say before you begin your report that I have heard nothing but positive. So many good things coming out of your office and so greatly appreciate that. So glad to have you.
So I submitted my report to you guys last evening, I believe. So you should have it electronically also. I included the for year 26 annual compensation agreement because apparently either I missed it or somebody missed it, probably me, sending it to you. The last agreement that you signed was for 2024, 2025. And so Ms. Roberson at the university asked if I would forward this and have it signed and ask for an electronic copy to be sent directly to her.
So did you receive an electronic copy of it?
We had
I
an email.
attached it.
I saw that we
Yes.
had it, yeah.
I didn't print it because I print things and then somebody brings a hard copy and then so
Yes.
I can print it right now. But it won't get
Then scan it and send it back. So
Yes,
she's-
yes.
Send it back to Ann, not because it's signed by Mandy. Do we send it to Ann?
And send it to Ann,
Okay.
please.
Yeah.
But then if I could get an electronic copy or the hard copy, either way, it's your choice.
Okay.
Whatever you guys need for your records. That would be super. And so then we'll go right into my report for the A&R. There's a lot of things, but not a lot of things. On the 22nd, I met with a little 4-H'er who was first time 4-H and first time entomology. And since I'm kind of also an insect nerd, I know, hold the comments. Fine. I did help him and he was super excited. He put together a very nice insect collection and I was very proud of him. I did judge at the Niobrara County Fair. And then we had the Goshen County Fair, which everybody knows. We rode on the Sarek parade float, and so we did that. It's actually a people hauler, but that's fine because we wanted to advertise Shelby as our new 4-H educator. And so most people involved with 4-H know, but some people didn't know, so that's okay. We also, Shelby and I, together helped our families do their state fair entry, their paper entries at county fair. Then we turned around and had to enter them ourselves, and by ourselves, we had Shelby, myself, a couple of 4-H parents, and Mr. Groney, Mr. and Mrs. Groney, I guess, came and we did all of our state fair entries together because we work as a unit so that our 4-H'ers don't have multiple accounts at state fair causing problems for them there. I've also been on the Lawn and Garden radio show a couple of different times, wrote a livestock roundup, Wyoming livestock roundup article on Canada thistle, which just in case you need to know, that is a weed.
Okay,
Okay.
perfect.
I did judge at the Wyoming State Fair, and then I've had lots and lots and lots of yard calls. So, been busy and not busy and busy.
On my end, on July 16th, we got kiddos ready for county fair, for their static projects to be ready when they showed up for judging. I did attend the junior livestock sale committee. I survived my first fair. It was good, it was
That's a
fun.
big one. That's a big
I also rode on the Sarek float. We did do state fair entries. And then I put them in online, like agency worked with people in the community to get that done. And then we had a lot of wins at Wyoming State Fair. We had one of the 6 kids to win a scholarship for being a first time Wyoming State Fair exhibitor with their project. We had a fair to fork represent Goshen County.
And do you guys know what the Fair to Fork is?
No. I don't.
It's a program by the First Ladies who goes around to every county. The kids donate their hog project to the Hunger Initiative.
Wow. What was that, Josie?
It was Josie Henderson who won it, yeah. At State Fair, I helped with the Agility Dog Show, I helped with the swine show, and then on Friday I helped with the beef show. We had success everywhere from the dairy goats to their static projects. It was really fun to see and be a part of it, community with kids.
we had a lot of good representation from Goshen County, so.
Yeah, we had 57 kids that went, so
And that's just 4-H.
just 4-H, 57 4-H, yeah.
And Shelby not only survived Goshen County Fair, but also her first, state fair as a 4-H educator, which is also big. So Crystal was on a meeting, this morning, she didn't know if she could be here. She is just wrapping up the Sensible Nutrition Program, which makes our hearts heavy that we're losing her in our office. And so she's wrapping up her current programming, and she will be in and out of the office to clean up her office and then the Sensible Nutrition programming items, if you will, so.
That's the effective the 1st of September, I believe, isn't it?
September 30th, I believe, is, unless it's been moved up, September 30th is the end date.
And that one's frustrating. I hate to see that because I think that Crystal did a lot of really good things. Not only for Goshen County, Niobrara and Western counties as well.
They are continuing with another grant that was partial funding with CMP, and I think it's like EF and AP, don't quote me on what that actually is. But what the university is doing is splitting the state into 5 regions, and they will have a representative for each region, and that that grant goes towards the education of young people, so school-aged children. I don't know what that looks like. We haven't been advised of that situation.
Okay. Let's see. First of all, congratulations. Did I hear that your husband helped with the static exhibit auction?
Yeah.
Is he an auctioneer?
Yep.
Is he better than after me?
Don't answer that. Answer that. Don't incriminate yourself either way. And somebody had said that it went very well, and so glad to have you as part of it, and certainly appreciate it. Both you and your husband and the help. So, and I know that nobody is happier to have you here than the person sitting to your right.
Yeah.
For sure.
For sure. Yeah. So, very positive things. Greatly appreciate it. Commissioner Burkhardt, anything to add to that?
No, you just brought back nightmares, because I remember as a kid digging up thistle by hand or with a shovel in a pastures for
Yeah.
days and days and days.
Still doing that.
Yeah.
Still, there's some of us that still do that.
Yeah. We were doing that many days. Killed a lot of rattlesnakes when I was 10 years old.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Very cool.
They'll sneak up on you.
I was gonna mention that on the static 4-H programs, exhibits, I got a chance to judge with that, and those kids this year did a phenomenal job. This is my second year doing it, and this year they actually brought a lot more to the table. They put a lot more effort into it. I was really proud of those kids that they put a lot more thought into the projects. They did a good job. So yeah, it was pretty good, and it was put together well, and they ran well. So, and you did a good job too when you were doing it. So saying,
I showed up. It's fine.
you ran well. So
Well, and I think when when it goes well, they get compensated for those static exhibits. That's incentive for them to come back and do it again, do it better, put a good product out there. So.
Yep, our office is mostly on the back end
fair side with 4-H. It's a big thing that I wanna work towards, because we both have to be in it together for it to be successful. And providing those opportunities for the kids.
So, we did get the compensation agreement and that is signed, we will get that back to, send it back to, Amber, thank you.
One more thing, and I didn't include this on my report because I just had it on it this morning. We have, we took the van, the 4-H van in this morning to Valley Mercantile to have it looked over. My plan was to have it looked over before the end of the fiscal year, and I think time ran out. I don't know if it actually got looked at, honestly. So, we're having some issues with it running down both batteries, and that's a van that has 2 batteries. So whoever designed that should probably get engineer of the year. And it's running down batteries and it won't stay charged, and there's some different issues in there. So we took it to Valley Merc this morning. I told them that I do not do anything until we have an estimate, because it may go over my budgeted, since we're on budgeting, my budgeted allotment for repairs and whatnot. And when I get that, I will send that out for approval to whomever. And so I just wanted to give you guys a heads up. Timing this year, end of year versus beginning of the new year was a little off. And so some of our purchases that were supposed to go on last year's budget actually got put on this year's budget due to timing issues. Just due to timing issues. So just want to put that on your radar. I don't expect it to be a lot, but it may be over what I have budgeted, which, if you remember, we reduced that budget by $1,000. So just want to put that out there.
Just briefly, there is a story from out of the extension office that had to do with a homeless person that was living in that, or that they found in the van. I'm wondering if we could start charging some type of rent. Like, you gotta be running those batteries down.
Wasn't actually homeless either.
At the time he was homeless.
Just.
And close us.
Yes, yes.
Okay, yeah, I digress, but, so yeah, get us an estimate, let's see what they tell you.
Just like for that to just die a natural death and go away.
There's, that's one of those things that can't be unseen, maybe.
I'm aware, I was the one that saw it. Once it's burned in the retina, it's there, so.
Yeah. Okay,
So that's what we have for you.
very good, thank you, ladies, appreciate it. Gentlemen, questions, comments, anything else for the ladies? Okay, I would entertain a motion to accept the extension report.
I'll make a motion to accept the UW extension report.
That's it. It's been moved and seconded to accept the UW extension report. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, ladies. Shelby, congratulations on surviving your first time. I got a personal question for you.
Yeah.
Did you miss going back to school yesterday?
I was kind of sad not seeing the kids, so, but it was fun to see them in a different room.
Yeah. And good to have that connection with them and able to, yeah, cross those two, so. Trust me, you'll get over it. It'll get easier.
Now he just got another two other kids to deal with.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Fair report. Morning, Kim.
So I didn't realize I was flying solo today.
Backup didn't make it.
She did not. I don't have any financials for you. I can just kind of report on the fair. As you guys know, it was a new position and I'm new to it this year. And so it was a huge learning curve. I think the definition of what my job really is going to entail is a little bit of a work in progress. And I agree with Shelby that we are going to sit down and kind of figure out, okay, what's really your duty, what's really mine to be, and how we can make this this mesh and make it work so that we can all come together, work together, and know exactly with her new position where we all fit. But having said that, I survived it, I loved it. And we had a few hiccups, but we're able to correct those hiccups pretty quickly. And I got my feet wet and got running, and I think we got through it okay.
Yeah, you think about, kind of some of the longevity that had been out there and, people had been doing this for years. And so it is, everybody just knew what they were going to do, whether it was from the extension office or the fair office or whatever. So now you put new people in there and it's imperative that those roles be defined and everybody knows exactly what they're going to be responsible for. Because as we all know, it's not good to assume. So. Yeah, and I'm sure, so I had a meeting with Stephanie and the members of the Fair Board the week after County Fair. And I know that they moved their regular meeting back to the 26th, I think is when they wanted to do it. Simply so that they could allow, time for the dust to settle, make sure that everybody, had come back from State Fair and they had time to get that taken care of. So that regular meeting of the Fair Board will be on Tuesday, the 26th. So, okay. I'll ask you the same question that I asked Shelby and Amy. Anything that that needs to come up as things that need to be done differently with the fair, what you would see as maybe the need for sweeping change or just kind of the mundane year to year, that type of thing.
I think there needs to be clear definition as to who's what doing.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's where the need to sit down with them and go, okay, so how do you see what your role was? How do I see what my role was? What needs to be changed? What needs to be fixed? Where do we need to go forward?
Mm-hmm. Well, then when you think about the fair, I mean, there is the exhibitor side of it, and there's everything
Right.
that comes with that, but then there's also the activity side of it.
Right.
Where.
So there's two sides. You've got the
Yeah.
4-H fair and then you've got the fair side.
Mhm.
So how much am I involved in the 4-H side versus how much am I involved in doing the bull riding, the pig wrestling, the other rodeo ranch events?
Mhm. Commissioner Burkhart wants to make sure that he's entered in that bull riding exchange.
Let's do it. Be the best 30 seconds of.
Well, hey, 30 seconds, that's more than the
3/10 of a second, that's what I'm trying to say,
8.
3/10 of a second.
I saw a video, a former lingual teacher, Matt Cornelius, had agreed to as part of a fundraiser. Oh my, he got on a bull at the fair in Montana that they're at now. Yeah, I can't imagine he wasn't a little stiff and sore, but they said it raised a ton of money. And so, Commissioner, you'll be doing a good thing for the county.
Can I just, do a bear hug and hold on that way?
The butt busting, yeah. Get on back.
I can do
Like
that.
you do the butt busting. Well, and kind of the same that we shared with the extension ladies, appreciate all the work of, I mean, it's gotta be exhausting for everything from you to Stephanie, Leno, Leroy, everything that, everything that goes into it. It is a group effort and, but it's not like, the fairgrounds just closes now and we,
Right.
Lock up until next July
Oh,
when
no,
we started
Menlo's
over. It's-
they've been cleaning up and they've had more events already, so they're moving and grooving still, yeah.
Anything else? Really appreciate you being here. Stephanie,
A bad time.
Yeah, tell her that you were very nervous.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Motion to accept the fair report.
That's it. Moved and seconded to accept the fair report. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Public health. Our final cardinal report. Good morning, how are you?
I'm good. These are the two letters that I told those to do our copies for.
Yes.
I emailed you, my report last night. I do have some corrections. And then I just like to hit the highlights. The first correction is actually we are serving 33 mesh clients, not 22.
didn't account for Cindy's clients, which is the most we've had in quite a while.
Can you define
What a mesh
Mesh,
client is?
yeah.
So, the state of Wyoming does a hand-in-hand program, which is a mom-baby program. We follow them from prenatal to the baby's 2 years old. So it's a rotating clientele that comes through. And it's just defined as mesh, that's what the grant program calls it, the mom-baby program. It's called hand-in-hand.
Okay.
The PHRC, I think I told you, in July, we only got 75% of the funding. That is what the letter confirms. We had a meeting with them on Monday, I believe. FEP went to the Washington DC and met with everybody they could meet to get our funding back. It looks like we may only be around 10%, 5%. So if you hold your breath, we might all pass out. But so we will get those final numbers in October. But this letter confirms that we're guaranteed the 75% of the contract of the funding. We've been doing back to school immunizations. On Wednesdays, we have had the last 3 Wednesdays have been full from walk-in to close. So we are vaccinating those kids. We finished up our Alzheimer's class. We reached 26 people total out of that 5 weeks. And we know we can reach more, so we're gonna do a 1-day program, condense all those 5 weeks into 1 day. Because we're open Monday through Friday while everybody else is working, right? So we'd like to offer that on a Saturday. It's not scheduled yet, but it will possibly be in October. Measles. As of Friday, we had 8 cases in the state of Wyoming. Once we hit 3, we were considered an outbreak. The newest one was Friday. There's 6 in Carbon County, 1 in Natrona, and 1 in Niobrara. We have none here in Goshen County, and if we do, we will all be notified. Hopefully we won't. The state, I think I told you about the measles protocol that they did for the state. Well, they created a guideline for the schools, for the school nurses, and that was all sent out to all the school nurses by the state, but they are going to do a training, go over the guidelines on September 19th. All of the county nurse managers were invited to that meeting with the school nurses, and so I will be present for that. So that we can all be on the same front if we have a measles outbreak in Goshen County with the school district. Okay. And then the last thing is we have our flu clinics coming up. I did bring a flyer with all of our dates. We've been having problems getting funding back from insurance companies and from Medicare and Medicaid since we went with our new PRMD last December. Michelle, who is our new secretary, has done amazing. She has, I think, recouped I think we're currently at $23,000 from Medicare, from billing from last fall flu and COVID season. So that was just September, October, and November. Anything that's over 90 days, they don't want to pay and they don't have to pay. The private insurance companies don't. Medicare, Medicaid, you have a year. So the private insurance companies, if it was over 90 days, they're not paying us. So that's a bad thing, but most of them got billed. It was Medicare and Medicaid that's been our biggest problem. So she's, I think her total, when she told me this morning, is she's up to $23,000 that she's gotten back from Medicare and Medicaid. So going forward, we've made lots of changes on our taxonomy number and all of the billing aspects in the past, or in the back end. So hopefully we've got that fixed. So hopefully this flu season, we're not gonna miss a dime. We're gonna be right on the ball. That being said, we have found that going through all of our contracts with insurance companies, we have 2 companies we do not have a contract with. Though we thought we did, we don't. And that is Aetna and Mountain Health Co-op. So we are currently not taking those insurances right now. We're gonna work on getting a contract with those 2 companies, because if you're with Banner Health, that is your insurance. So we're gonna work on getting a contract. We thought we had one, we didn't. And when we started getting all these denials, they're not paying us. When we went back and looked through the filing cabinet and all of our contracts, we realized we did not have a contract with Aetna. So that's one of the first things we're gonna start working on next week.
Are those yearly contracts or?
They're not. They're a contract that's created and that gives them the right to say, hey, we're only gonna pay you 80% of whatever you're charging us. And they're permanent contracts. There is no end date. The one that we have with United Healthcare is like 11 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like a one-time contract. But we don't have a contract with Aetna, even though we were under the assumption we did. And we found that out painstakingly hours on the phone with Aetna trying to get reimbursed. And they're like, you don't have a contract. So we are gonna fix that because a huge group of people that work in our county work for Banner Health, and that is their insurance. So we feel that we should be able to vaccinate those kids. We did update our fee schedule. We added a couple services that we're charging for now that we didn't before, which was like venipunctures, because the lab lost a bunch of funding. I think I told you that. NOWIO lost a bunch of funding. So what we used to get lab supplies at no cost through the state, we now have to pay for. So we've created a charge for any venipunctures to cover all of our lab fees. The butterflies, Band-Aids, all that stuff that we used to get at no cost. And it was already all in our budget because we knew before June that, so we've added a fee. I went through all of the vaccines and updated them all to a 10% cost increase. So we don't, lots of places charge 30 to 50% over the cost of the vaccine. I went through all the cost of the vaccines that we do private, not public, but private. I went over the last 2 years and calculated what it cost us to do the vaccines, and then we added 10% to that. And so that's our new fee schedule, where we were losing money on lots of our vaccines. We were charging less than what we were paying. So we updated the fee schedule.
We've heard this before.
Yeah.
It seems to be a recurring thing.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
Yeah.
So as of August 1st, we've updated, and we're only allowed to do it once a year now with CureMD, which is our new EMR system. So our supervisors reached out to every county manager and said, please get this updated. And we did. We added a couple extra services like A1Cs. We didn't do that before. We do that now. So our fee schedule should hold us out through a whole year, calculating what could possibly be increased. So hopefully we will not be so far in the red every year, and we will hopefully be able to recoup a lot of that money.
Okay, anything else?
Our flu clinics are gonna be the last week of September.
Okay,
I sent you a thing, but I did bring a flyer that has all the dates and locations.
okay. And that'll be on your website as well?
It is, and on our Facebook page got locked out sometime last year. Lots of county agencies like Facebook went in and shut it, so it took us months, but we got a new one back up and running. Internet is not my friend, but yes.
Talk to that guy.
Yeah, well, if he could fix the internet, we'd all.
Probably wouldn't have him in Goshen County.
If he fixed it, you're right, he would not be here. But yeah, it is posted on our Facebook page. We're gonna put it in the paper. Yeah, we have a paper. So yeah, it'll be advertised, and it's already gone out to the senior center and through Pinnacle Bank.
And on your fancy new digital signage.
And our fancy new digital sign that we have.
Okay.
Yep, so I think that's it.
So those will only take place the last week of September. It's not.
Those are the big clinics, so we go to LaGrange, we go to Pony Express, and then we will have flu clinics in the office on Mondays and Tuesdays. They're just walk in from 8 to 10. So and this year we're gonna try scheduling in advance. We'll see how that works. Online scheduling. So our new program will allow online scheduling for anybody coming into the public health clinic office for immunizations, for clinics, and then we're also gonna have a patient portal. So people can log in if they have like STD test coming up or mesh
client, they will be able to log in and see their documents just like you do through Banner or UC Health or anything like that. They'll be able to see their records. And that's supposed to roll out, I think, in November. I think the state's rolling out all these systems slow.
What about COVID vaccine and vaccinations? What's the status there?
The status is, they're not approved yet. The ACIP and RFK have not approved the official COVID vaccine. The flu, so I can tell you a little bit about the flu. So they came up with you have to get rid of, I don't remember what was in the flu vaccine, that it's in multi-dose vials. And they banned that. So anybody that had those pre-ordered had to go back and fix all their orders. Well, we had already ordered individual doses. We weren't going to do any vials. So our flu vaccine order did not get affected. So we get our first shipment. It should be here tomorrow or Thursday. So that was good for us because we didn't order any of the multi-dose vials. Lots of other counties are not in the same position as us, so their flu shots may be coming actually much later. COVID has not been approved yet, so the manufacturers are all sitting there waiting to produce their vaccine. And they changed the recommendations. Currently it's 65 and over. And if you have a health condition that justifies, so immunocompromised, cancer patients, something like that. So once we know, I will let you guys know. But it's currently just sitting on hold.
Very interesting and part of a lot of changes that we see, talked about it with grant funding, talked about it with different things, but that's obviously very impactful to you.
Yeah, it is. But flu, we did order high dose. We ordered more high dose this year than we have in the past because we've run out every year. And it is a trivalent instead of a quadrivalent this year, so that's the second year in a row that there's 3 parts to it instead of 4.
It's a huge relief to me that that's a trivalent.
So flu, there's flu A and influenza A and influenza B, but there's all kinds of other, but that's what they do. They do 2 versions of A and 2 versions of B. And they get their data from the Southern Hemisphere because their flu season is before ours. So they determine what was the best flu vaccine, and then they create ours, right? And so last year they realized one of the variants, which was one of the B variants, wasn't doing anything. We weren't seeing it. People weren't testing positive for it, so they got rid of it. So now instead of being 2A and 2B, it's 2A and 1B. So they just took out more components of the. So.
Very interesting. Very good. Anything else?
I don't think so.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your report. Gentlemen, do you have questions? No. Thank you.
Motion to accept the.
Second. Been moved and seconded to accept public record. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. That is, brings a close to our departmental reports. Let's take just a brief recess here. We'll take a 5-minute break, let you get up and stretch your legs. We will come back and roll into new business right after this short break. Thank you. At this time, we are going to talk about a resolution that I would like to present the resolution to you, and then allow Road and Bridge Superintendent Stoddard, along with Bob Taylor, an opportunity to maybe visit about that, talk just a little bit about what the thoughts are and kind of the plans here before moving forward with any action on the resolution. So the resolution is resolution 2025-17. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners of Goshen County is expressly empowered to, I think there might be an omission there on that. No, it's correct, I'm sorry, to lease real estate for such a term as the board shall determine, which may include a term in excess of 1 year, And whereas the board has determined that the following real property and materials contained therein, thereon, and thereunder are necessary to help alleviate some of the current budget shortages that are caused by the decrease in property taxes available to the county, thus impeding its ability to fulfill its lawful functions. Whereas the board deems it to be in the best interest of the county and its inhabitants to lease the said property and the materials contained thereon, therein, and thereunder, located in Goshen County, Wyoming, and more particularly described as Exhibit A, which is attached for the description for lease, attached here too. Whereas the board has determined and has taken such action and made such investigations as are necessary in its judgment to support its determination that the proposed terms of the lease for the said property and the materials contained thereon, therein, and thereunder are reasonable. And whereas in the opinion of the county attorney in and for the county of Goshen, the board has the full power and authority to make and enter into such a lease agreement for the purpose and upon the terms and conditions set forth therein. Now therefore be it resolved that the mine materials lease agreement, which is attached as Exhibit A in the form submitted to this meeting, a copy of which is hereby directed to be attached to this resolution and made part of the minutes of this meeting, providing for the lease of the property and the materials contained thereon, therein, and thereunder, described and upon the terms and conditions therein provided for, are hereby authorized, approved, and confirmed. Let it be further resolved that the appropriate official of Goshen County Road and Bridge Department, specifically Chris Stoddard, by and hereby authorized, empowered, and directed in the name of Goshen County Road and Bridge, and on behalf of the board, to make, execute, and deliver any and all documents, certifications, and other instruments necessary, required, or desirable in the opinion of the county attorney or the county of Goshen to effectuate the lease of said property upon the terms and conditions presented to this board and set forth in the documents referenced herein. So that is the resolution. I would like to provide the terms of the lease and give some additional information about this. This is a lease that the county is going to enter into with Gabe Reese. It is for the purpose of leasing a gravel pit in the southern part of Goshen County in the LaGrange area. The amount of the lease will be $30,000 made payable September 15th, and $30,000 as a flat fee made payable December 15th, both of 2025, along with an additional $30,000 made payable July 15th of 26, and the final $30,000 lease payment due December 15th of 2026. There will also be a royalty clause in the lease. A royalty shall be paid in the amount of $1 per ton of mine material that are removed from the premises, including any topsoil removed that is not necessary for reclamation. The royalty shall be paid to the lessor by the 15th of the month, following the month that the material was removed from the premises. The Goshen County Road and Bridge Department shall track and account for the removal of the materials and prepare the vouchers in the normal and customary manner customary for the county clerk to submit vouchers for the approval by the Board of County Commissioners. That is the crux of the resolution and the main components of the lease agreement. At this time, I would like to allow an opportunity for Mr. Stoddard, Mr. Taylor, if the two of you would like to talk a little bit further about the lease agreement and anything else that you would like to have added to the conversation, I will allow you that opportunity at this time.
First, what I want to say is that we've been working on this for quite a while. We all know that we've needed to make some sort of a decision on how to move forward with material and making it affordable enough for us to be able to start getting some gravel down on these roads that have deteriorated for literally decades. It's one of those opportunities that comes up every now and again and presents itself in an affordable fashion. This is not, everything's expensive right now, but as far as gravel pits go, this is a pretty cheap opportunity for us to be able to get in and do something good for our roads. We do intend to open this up. We're going to crush in there. We're going to build material, and to offset some of these costs, we want to offer those materials to the public as well. I've spoken with gentlemen that have kits and material around the area. We have no intention of creating any kind of a market, hostile market for anybody. We'll be right on with everybody else, but there are people that are interested in buying our material right now. That does nothing but good for us. Right now we're trying to get material onto roads, and we got to be very cautious about how much we're spending in trucking, how much we're spending in labor, what we're spending in getting our material out of it over in Lingle and onto the roads. And we do have roads that we literally have no base on top. We're down to shelf rock and hard pan and different things like that. That's something I was going to mention earlier, that we have identified several spots in the county, and we're working on those. The guys are working on them every day. They're out again today with the water trucks and the belly dumps and blades and just getting things mixed in and taken care of. This is going to give us an even better opportunity to get more of those done, simply because it's going to be considerably cheaper for us to do it that way.
You had mentioned the cost of materials, and so when the conversation when we first started this conversation, you had done some and had some current quotes on cost per ton of material. Can you share a little bit of that? Just, I mean, you probably don't have those quotes in front of you, but I think it lends to the foundation that having the opportunity to provide our own material and to do so, keeping it maybe focused more on the southern end of the county without having to bring material from Pitt and Lingle or different things like that. Cost per ton is astronomical right now.
It is. Last fall, we pulled numbers coming out of Lusk, and the new numbers as far as Martin Marietta goes coming out of Guernsey right now, I don't have it in front of me, but we were at $15 a ton last fall.
18 Martin Marietta.
Yeah, so Bob said we're 18 coming from Martin Marietta if we got to come out of Guernsey.
And that's material. That does not include freight.
No.
Yeah.
No.
That's material.
That's straight out of, yep. That does not include the trucking.
And not that we would have entertained or that you would have logically have shipped material from a Martin Marietta pit outside of Guernsey to the Four Corners area to help with the project that we have going down there. But as an example, and the reason that I bring it up, the cost of materials is high, extremely high. And then having the proximity or having the ability to mine in that area down there and save the freight on it became another big issue with it. Correct. In those conversations.
Yes.
So I want to take a minute to talk about and Gabe Reese had come to the county he actually wanted to provide the county with an opportunity. We did look into the possibility of maybe even a purchase, but felt that at this time with the current budget situation and different things that we are encountering, that we have the ability to test drive it first. We have the ability to see what's there as far as material. You know, and I think that the first thing that everybody thinks of is, well, now all of the roads in southern Goshen County are gonna have a perfect layer of 6 inches of gravel on it. Well, please understand that there's two things with this opportunity that we as, you know, that we have discussed. The additional material that's there that would allow for maybe the reconstruction of, or maybe the correction of some of the profile of those roads down there. It's more than just what we can put on the roads as far as gravel and an ability to hold those roads. It's an ability to maybe do some things to help ourselves moving forward. As you mentioned, getting away from situations where these roads have had literally decades of deferred maintenance. It just keeps getting kicked down the road.
Correct.
And so an opportunity for us that we felt was certainly something that we needed to look further into. So if you want to go any further with that, I'll allow you that opportunity.
Well, I'm pretty ambitious. When I walked in last year, I certainly thought that I'd gotten further down the road than I have this year. But after a year's worth of meetings with Bob and everybody else concerned, as well as landowners inside of the county, I mean, holy moly, we have literally decades of deterioration on the roads. We have culverts that are in the ground that are over 50 years old. If we allow this to continue to go, if we kick the can down the road any longer, we're not going to be looking at being able to go in and put, you know, to build a base course, go in and put it down and then give ourselves another 2 or 3 inches of gravel on top of something. We're gonna tear roads apart and have to rebuild them from the ground up. And there are ADU roads in the county that we already have to do that with. You know, once we start doing things like that, now if we've got to bring that material in from somewhere else, we're looking at astronomical costs. If we're building our own material out of the pit down in the Grange, at least we know going up north, we can come out of Lingle, go north with that, with those piles there, and we can come out of the Grange and come up this way and get into the yard if we need to. It's just going to be a matter of logistics at that point and making sure that we don't short ourselves up north, coming out of the Lingle pit, because we're using it right around Torrington or trying to get down south a little bit. It'd be nice to have 3, but that's not a realistic goal for us right now. It just isn't.
And you know, part of the additional research with it, which I appreciate the amount of time that you, Val, Bob, that your group has put into it. You know, there's always that need to try and be ahead of industry that may be coming, and what we need to be prepared for, what that could look like. You know, we have a situation, you know, lots of different projects that could be coming into Goshen County that would require, at very least, road use agreements and the protection of the county when it comes to outside use of our roads. But then the ability to be able to protect ourselves from a material standpoint from the very beginning. Again, I think that we obviously are not in a position of looking for ways to go out and spend money. But to me, the investment in infrastructure and the investment that we could possibly provide moving forward, that insurance of knowing that we've done something to help, keep saying down the road, and that seems to be a pun, but it because it keeps coming up. But the ability to do that, I think, is it's not only something that we as commissioners need to take very seriously, It's something that we have an opportunity here in order to help ourselves, in the future. Commissioner Burkhart, anything that you would like to add to that?
No, I don't have any questions for you.
Commissioner Walsh? Okay, Chris, anything else that you would like to make sure is part of the conversation?
It's gonna be just off topic, just a little bit. I'll add one more thing in. Bob and I have identified Road 22, that's the road that goes into Hot Springs Reservoir. We all know that it has just been a mess for a long time, and we've worked on it. But the amount of traffic that's on it and the speed at which they move down that road is a problem. We're at a point now where we discussed the other day, it's not a matter of if we have an accident on that road, it's when it's gonna happen. I was down it last week and there was vehicles that were moving at me at 65 plus across there, and it is corrugated beyond belief. So from a safety standpoint, we're going to lower the speed limit on it from 55 to 35. We do, according to the new state statute, we can let you know that this is not going to be a temporary deal. We are permanently going to lower the speed limit on Road 22 to 35 miles an hour. So hopefully we can get a little bit more longevity out of the maintenance on it, and we reduce some of the liability on the county as far as the road itself goes.
And with new statutory authority, we can lower those speed limits to 35. Can't go lower, but lower 235 without speed study. So that saves us, and that's all we have to do, be cooperation with the server, county engineer, county road bridge, and the sheriff. So it's good.
Yeah, it is, because we have had several requests come before the commission, people that would like to do that, and prior to that, we didn't have the ability statutorily to do that. So, seems to make sense that the people that are on the roads on a daily basis would have the ability to control those speed limits.
Other than that, that's all I've got.
Okay.
Unless you have any other questions.
Well, I do want to, one last time, thank Gabe Reese for his approach to this. In a time where I think it would probably have been maybe easier and more profitable for Gabe to have put this on the open market, maybe have done something different with it. He was committed to providing an opportunity for Goshen County and allow Goshen County that opportunity to enter into this lease, and we can make sure that it's going to be a good situation for us. So I want to go on the record as thanking Gabe for that. Again, a big thank you to you guys and Val for the hours and hours that have gone into researching this field.
Thank you.
Okay, so there is a resolution. I have read the resolution, and again, for reference, it is resolution 2025-17, which is the lease and mine materials lease agreement in front of you. Commissioners, if there are no further questions or discussion regarding, I would entertain a motion to approve the resolution.
Make a motion, we approve resolution 2025-17, the lease agreement.
I'll second that. It's been moved and seconded to approve resolution 2025-17, the mine materials lease agreement between Goshen County and Gabe Reese. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Resolution is adopted. Gentlemen, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Mary, you were right. Folks, we are scheduled for an 11 o'clock. We're going to resume at 11 o'clock. We are going to allow a break, a 15-minute break here, or approximately 15 minutes. Knowing that some of you that were here for the main part of the meeting may not want to stay and be a part of the further conversation regarding the proposed voting centers. So what we will do is we'll take a 15-minute break. At 11 o'clock, we will come back and we will begin with the presentation, the PowerPoint presentation at 11 o'clock. And then we will open up for public comment after that presentation. So let's just be back in here and ready to start with that presentation at about 2 minutes till 11, so we can start that at directly 11 o'clock. Okay, take a short break. Okay, so this is, if because of circumstances today, you're not able to voice your, to share your opinions or your concerns, to voice those comments, you will have a couple of other options. The first would be a written statement. If you would like to leave a written statement, you would be welcome to do that. And I will let Mary tell you the dates and times of 2 other scheduled meetings that are already on the books for Prairie Center. And
there's 3.
3
Tonight in Lingle at 6 o'clock.
at the
Town council, where they're having the town council meeting. And then tomorrow night in Yoder at 6 o'clock, at their community building. And at Prairie Center a week from Tuesday at 6 o'clock. And I have said that I'm willing to go anywhere else that anyone would like me to go, and we can do another Roberts. Yes?
So are you gonna have a deadline for mail-in letters?
My notice did say like last Friday, but we're not making a decision until the second meeting in September.
Okay.
And I think even with that, as commissioners, if we felt that that needed to be extended, obviously we don't want to leave this hanging out there indefinitely. But I think that one of the main points that I have heard from constituents that have reached out to me, and I'm sure that the other 2 commissioners have probably heard the same, take your time, listen to the people and make sure that you've had enough time to process it. So I think that it is our intention right now, today's meeting, there will be no decisions made. This is a public hearing, a public comment opportunity. Right now, we will, the plan is to make a decision by the mid-December, September meeting, excuse me. But if that required an adjustment to that schedule, understand that we would be willing to do that. Especially given the fact that now with the response, we may need to have another meeting. So please understand that that is kind of our time frame on it. Mary, anything else that you want to offer before we begin the PowerPoint?
First front row seats, you guys want to?
A little bit.
You've got another question here.
Yes.
I was wondering.
I think I better get out of the way.
Mary has told us that she has her mind made up on this issue. So does it do us any good to keep coming back, or does the commissioners have the final say on this issue?
That is a very good question. And even this morning, we had the conversation, and I don't, I'm going to respectfully decline to answer that right now because you can look at two different statutes that would indicate that the clerk has the final decision or that the commissioners do. And what we have learned with a lot of different things is the interpretation of and how that is handled is something that you have to be very careful with. Now, I will say that I feel like as a group of commissioners and in conjunction with our ability to work with Mary, that we will be able to come up with a plan that is, I won't say that it's agreed upon, but I think that to say that Mary has already made a decision and that we are going to be forced to live with that is not the case.
Just say it.
Steve, don't you roll those eyes at me like that. Mary, anything else? So I do want to, before we begin the presentation here, I want to thank Mary for the amount of time that she has put into this, the work that's gone into this PowerPoint presentation. I think that the point that we're at right now is just a part of the process, and obviously it's where the public's input comes into this process. I think that it's imperative that we understand that that we've reached this process because of what this whole topic means to Mary, to her staff, to the clerk's office, and it is not specific to Goshen County. This is a statewide issue, and it's even become magnified on a national level. Voter integrity, the security that comes with it, the responsibility for ensuring that has become a huge thing, and I think that we're all acutely aware of that. So this is something that did not come up overnight. It's something that there have been countless hours put into the process, and I think that Mary could probably speak more to that than either myself or the other two commissioners could. And I will allow Mary that opportunity, but I do want to say that whether you agree with or do not agree with, I think you have to understand and you have to appreciate the time that's gone into and what Mary and her crew have put into it. So, yes.
I'm just gonna mention that under the American Disabilities Act, that we do have a right to vote as conveniently as possible, those that are disabled. And I know that there's at least 3 people in this room that have a fair amount of problems getting to the polls as it is. So is that being taken into consideration?
Absolutely part of the conversation, and we've had, I think, the number of, well, the response in general, whether it be with written documentation that has supported that, phone calls, emails, that has certainly been brought up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, first of all, I'm hoping everybody will be looking that direction, so either crowd in or you'll have to come back when we have another.
If you're real skinny,
I will surrender this chair if anybody would like it.
We need a microphone.
We can't hear you.
I can say anything. Okay, so next, I am gonna show this PowerPoint that, my election deputy and I put together. And I would ask that you ask questions and have comments at the end. I've showed it 2 times so far, and a lot of you have already seen it 2 times. But a lot of questions get answered later on in the PowerPoint, so save your questions for the end.
Are there people in the room that have seen the presentation that would like to step out and allow people out in the hall that have not seen it?
I'm going.
And I'm not asking you to leave, I'm just saying if there are people that have already seen the presentation, it might be beneficial to allow people out there that have not, so.
I will as soon as I can.
So I suppose if you are out there. All right, David, that's what
Because I should be.
Yeah, but I see.
Too dry to go out.
Thank you. Judy.
My voice is
Yeah, but we're trying to, it's loud enough out there.
Okay, vote centers and why they make sense. What are vote centers? Vote centers are an alternative to traditional precinct-based polling places. Vote centers allow for voters to cast their ballot at any vote center in the county. This means that voters will not be turned away to go vote at their appropriate precinct-specific polling place. This gives more power to the voter as they can choose which location they would prefer to vote. What's the difference? Polling places. Polling places are specific to a voter's residential address. A voter cannot vote at a polling place located outside of their residential precinct. Previously, voters have been known to arrive at the wrong polling place right before the polls close, leaving them no time to redirect to their appropriate polling place. Vote centers are jurisdiction-wide voting locations at which any qualified voter residing within the county may choose to vote. Vote centers also require a secure internet connection by statute for the use of electronic polling votes. Statutory definition.
This isn't going.
It's not
Your
changing.
slides aren't changing.
Follow it.
Okay,
Can you turn up your volume?
I don't have a speaker up here. Okay. Statutory definition, 22.1.102. Vote center means a polling place at which any registered elector in the political subdivision holding the election may vote, regardless of the precinct in which he resides, connected through secure internet connections to provide voting information to and receive voting information from the electronic poll book maintained by the county clerk and used as an option to traditional polling places at the discretion of the county clerk. Proposed voting centers, locations, Torrington Rendezvous Center, Lingle Community Center, Yoder Community Center. Why these locations? Reduced election judge mileage costs, streamlined delivery and return process, connectivity. All proposed locations are within communities that have schools. This would be convenient for parents and school district staff alike. ADA compliance, greater building security. County staff will be available for all these locations on election day. Early voting center. In addition to election day vote centers, Goshen County will offer an early voting center at the courthouse, a convenient option for those who previously voted at a precinct level polling place or those unavailable to vote in person on election day. Absentee voting is also available by request. Both are excellent alternatives to traditional polling places. Early and absentee voting have only increased in popularity over the past few election cycles. In the 2024 general election, 2,818 of the 6,214 total ballots cast, which is 45.35%, were cast through early or absentee voting as shown on the chart to the right. You'll see in the next slide that this only has been an increasing trend over the years. Goshen County started offering early voting at the courthouse in 2020. Before that, absentee voting was the only early voting option available. As you can see, in-person early voting has proven to be very popular with residents since its introduction. Benefits of vote centers: cost effectivity, enhanced election security, enhanced equipment and ballot security, enhanced equipment and statutory obligation for bipartisan among election judges, potential for hand tabulation law, ADA compliance. Cost effectivity. Sustainable use of public funds. By adopting this new system, we anticipate at least a 20% reduction in Goshen County election-related expenses. Stewardship of public funds demands thoughtful, efficient, and transparent financial management. We must remain mindful of our responsibility to be wise and accountable stewards of taxpayer funds. Cost effectivity. Sustainable use of public funds. Reduce labor force for election procedures. 45% fewer election judges required. Decreased mileage reimbursements. Reduce polling place rental expenses. Requires less voting equipment. Annual maintenance contract will be reduced with less equipment. All proposed vote centers are ADA accessible, eliminating the need for Goshen County to rent additional compliance equipment. Fewer miscellaneous supplies in general. Enhanced election integrity. Voter information. With this new system, voter information will upload in real time as they register to vote. How does this enhance our election integrity? This means if someone attempts to vote twice, it will be noticed before they can attempt to cast their second ballot. Under the current system, similar voter fraud incidents may go undetected until after Election Day. Enhanced election integrity. Additionally, the e-poll book will run system verification checks in real time as the voter's information is being input into the e-poll book. These system verification checks cross-analyze information with multiple agencies to verify identity and to prevent those who are not legally entitled to vote within the state of Wyoming from voting before they cast their ballot. The system checks are Wyoming Department of Transportation, Wyoming Department of Criminal Investigation, Wyoming Department of Health, and Wyoming Board of Patrol. Enhanced security. Simplifies the chain of custody. Shorter equipment delivery route, shorter incident response time, reduced potential for election judge errors. County staff will be available at all of these locations. Enhanced equipment and ballot security. Goshen County has previously used churches and private cabins as polling places, but these locations have lacked sufficient security. A proposed vote centers offer enhanced security for election equipment and ballots, reducing the risk of tampering or vandalism. Equipment and ballots will be securely delivered and stored at these locations. Additionally, 2 of these proposed locations have generators to ensure uninterrupted operation during power outages. Statutory obligation for bipartisan election judges. Statute 228109, party representation. Judges and members of counting boards shall be divided between the participating political parties as nearly equal as possible. Statutory obligation of bipartisan election judges. Local parties and municipalities may provide a list of those who are willing to serve as an election judge per statute 228101. However, this list typically isn't extensive enough to fill all election judge positions. We are always looking for more election judges. For last year's general election, we only had 4 Democratic election judges. While statute does state that judges must be bipartisan as nearly equal as possible, if hand tabulation is mandated, it is of utmost importance that the counting board be bipartisan. We must avoid the possibility of hand counting ballots without the safeguards of a bipartisan counting board. Potential for hand tabulation law. Interest in requiring the hand counting of ballots is growing as evidenced by multiple bills introduced during the last legislative session. Although none of these were enacted, the topic is expected to return in upcoming legislative discussions. If hand tabulation becomes a legal requirement, it would significantly increase the need for trained election judges. Recruiting a sufficient number of judges is already a significant challenge. In the last election, staffing needs were only met by deploying all alternate judges. The introduction of hand counting requirement would further strain an already difficult process of staffing elections. What if legislature passed a law that now mandates the hand tabulation of ballots, and Goshen County still has polling places instead of vote centers? Election judges are hard to find. It's the morning of the election, the sun isn't even up yet, and you've received communication that several judges are unable to fill their duties for the day. You've planned for this, so you call alternate judges to fill those spots for the day. This leaves you with no additional judges to serve as an alternate if need be. Now that you've addressed your staffing issue, you prepare for a long day and hope that everything will be smooth sailing from here on out. The polls open and the phone rings. There is a Democratic voter that requires assistance at the LaGrange polling place. There are no Democratic election judges staffed at this polling place because the few Democrats election judges that are staffed have been placed on the counting board to ensure bipartisan representation during the hand count. 2 Republican election judges offer assistance to the Democratic voter, which is permissible by statute in this scenario. The voter, however, later files a complaint with the Secretary of State claiming they were subject to party discrimination as they did not have a Democratic election judge to assist them. As the day goes by, you receive more calls from judges regarding voter assistance, voting machine questions, disgruntled voters, and other general questions. At noon, you receive a call from one of the outlying polling places. A pair of judges realize that their poll books don't match, and despite their best effort, they are unable to reconcile. You send a clerk's office employee to offer help with reconciliation, but it will be at least a half an hour until they arrive. Throughout the day, voters show up at the wrong polling place respective to their residence and are redirected to their correct polling place. Many complain because of how ridiculous it seems to them. At noon, you receive a call that JM's polling place is experiencing a power outage. While the voting equipment does have auxiliary power, you are worried that the batteries won't last until the polls close. You quickly send a county employee to deliver additional paper ballots to account for the outage, just in case these batteries don't last for the rest of the day. A voter at 6:45 realizes they will not have enough time to cast their ballot before polls close. They are 40 minutes from their polling place and cannot vote at the rendezvous center as they are not a resident of any Torrington precincts. They complain as they feel as though they have been disenfranchised. The polls have now closed. Judges typically start arriving at the courthouse as soon as half an hour after the polls have closed. Those coming from our county's furthest polling place will take longer, as some have almost an hour to drive. As the first election judge arrives, the counting board begins to sort ballots to start the hand counting process. As the hand counting of ballots begins, other election judges arrive and their ballots and equipment that must be checked in and verified while this is happening. The counting board realizes their ballot tallies don't balance. They spend all night attempting to reconcile and have failed to submit election results to the Secretary of State by 11 p.m. There are no other additional judges to serve on the counting board to relieve those who are exhausted from working 13 hours or more already, as they've already exhausted your alternate judges. In the days following the election, you come across other issues. When entering new election day voter registrations, you realize that multiple felons voted when they shouldn't have. You go to enter a registration and realize a non-citizen voted. All this information must then be forwarded to the county attorney, and you spiral because all you can think about is the Cowboy State Daily article that will blast Goshen County for allowing illegal immigrants and felons to vote. What if this scenario happened with vote centers? You would struggle to find election judges, but you wouldn't need to acquire as many election judges to staff vote centers, leaving you room for more comfortably gather election judges for a bipartisan counting board if there is a mandated hand count of ballots. What about the Democratic voter that complained about party discrimination? Since you won't require nearly as many judges, it will be an easier feat to appoint election judges of varying party affiliations to assist voters at the vote centers, leaving less room for complaints pertaining to party discrimination. Since there will be an e-poll book, there won't be any confusion about maintaining the poll book. This is a tremendous improvement that greatly reduces the likelihood of election judge errors and enhances overall accuracy. You wouldn't receive any calls to confirm a voter polling place. Voters could vote at any vote center they choose in the county. That voter that arrived in the wrong polling place 15 minutes before polls close and realizes they can't vote, that would become a non-existent issue. That power outage that could potentially disrupt voting. 2 of these proposed locations are equipped with backup generators, which provide peace of mind and ensure uninterrupted voting at these locations. One site doesn't have a generator, but it's only 10 minutes away from the nearest generator equipped location, so incident response can happen quickly. And if needed, the county can bring in a backup generator to power this site during outages. What if there is a greater turnout than anticipated, resulting in a vote center running out of ballots? This won't be an issue. Vote centers will be equipped with ballots on demand systems, eliminating the need to deliver ballots to areas that run out. Election judge Judges will have a shorter distance for their return trip on the night of the election, potentially advancing the time frame by which results could be communicated with the Secretary of State if using electronic tabulators. What if legislature mandates hand counting? You would be better suited with a greater number of election judges available to complete that mountainous task, since you wouldn't need to appoint as many election judges as you would have with polling places. Although it would take longer to report results to the Secretary of State, even if additional election judges are required to come in and take over hand counting efforts, if it must be done in shifts. It will still be easier to coordinate this than to ask the election judges that have already worked 13 hours or more to continue working. What about the Cowboy State Daily article destroying the county's reputation? Whoops, did I pass it? Okay. Since all the voter information is uploaded in real time with vote centers, the system verification checks will also take place in real time. All those felons and that non-citizen that got by last time, their information will be cross-verified in real time, potentially catching their ineligible status before we even save their information. We could intervene in scenarios like this before that person casts their ballot. Summary of vote center benefits. Enhanced election integrity. Improved ability to safeguard elections by preventing ineligible voting and ensuring one vote per person. Greater election security. Shorter incidence response time, less miles for equipment to travel, and a reduced potential for election judge errors. Cost effectivity. Rent, judge payroll, reduced amount of equipment, and fewer miscellaneous supplies in general. Statutory obligation for bipartisan election judges. Since we all require fewer judges, it will be easier to ensure that all vote centers have bipartisan representation among election judges. Potential for hand tabulation law. If this happens, we will be better equipped with this new setup.
Are we able to allow to grade it?
I was wondering if anybody wants to have this paper that we did some research after we made this PowerPoint, and it has the dollar amount of taxes, of all taxes that each county gets, the number of voting locations, and the number of registered voters. Would anybody be interested in this? Oh, do we want one?
Sorry.
Should we open the door to this?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm
gonna step out and then you guys can come in and more space.
You're fine. I'm standing watching.
Folks, just a quick review of the process here. If you were not in the room earlier and missed the announcement, the purpose of today's meeting and opportunity is to offer and to hear public comment. So we will not be making any decisions here today. Again, this was announced earlier, but the intention right now is to make a decision by the mid-September meeting. But we will continue to monitor the situation, and if we feel like the process requires additional time, we will take as much time as we feel is necessary to make sure that we make an informed decision. At this time, I'm going to allow for public comment, but I want to provide just a couple of ground rules for you. Obviously, we're not going to set a specific time that you would be allowed to speak here today. But given the number of people in the room and the number of people that I believe really would like to make public comment, I would ask that you keep others in mind, make your comments or questions as pointed and as brief as possible. And if somebody has already brought a certain topic or a certain point up, we'll try and avoid going back over and covering territory that we've already been over. I would make sure that we keep this to public comment and to questions that you may have in regards to the presentation. I know that everybody has their opinions about what should happen. Your opinions are valuable, but we will try and keep this moving along and allow people that opportunity to make those comments that they believe are necessary. I have a list of people that have signed up at the beginning. I am only going to use this for the purpose of starting to move through and trying to allow that comment when we get to the end of the people that have signed here. If you would still like to make public comment, we will certainly allow, just on a voluntary basis, people to make those comments. So what I'm just going to do is start. I'll go from top to bottom. If you are on the list and you do not want to comment at this time, you can yield to the next person on the list and we'll just continue to go through there. I would ask that you stand and make sure, because we do not have speakers in the room, that you speak clearly and that you try and make sure that everybody can hear what those comments are. Commissioners, anything else that you would like to add to that before we begin this? So Karen Weber, I don't know if Karen is still here, or Karen, would you like the opportunity to speak at this time, or would you like to yield to the next on the list? Okay, Wayne Thornburg. Wayne, would you like to make one? I'll yield. Okay. Bob Peterson.
I'll speak.
Okay. And Bob, I think you can do it from where you're at. I appreciate you coming.
People's faces, if that's okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Basically, I guess I was a little disappointed after the Republican Central Committee. We saw this PowerPoint presentation, and I didn't ask questions. It was a Republican meeting. So then on the 13th of this month, I made a written FOIA request for either a thumb drive or an email of the PowerPoint presentation. And they very politely accepted it. I put in the figure of up to $100 for a thumb drive. Nothing, I hope, for an email. Provided the email address. And down at the bottom, when the gal took the paper, and she put at the bottom that it would be returned or be sent to me by 9/25. I've got the copy, Mary. I'll bring it in.
The date of 9/25.
Yeah, 9/25 was the date. But all I'm saying is, it was a very simple request, because not reviewing the PowerPoints at the Republican convention, it's not my place to ask questions. All I wanted to do is re-review them so I'd have a better chance at it. But I don't think that's providing public information quickly enough. How long does it take to do a thumb drive? 5 seconds? You got an IT guy.
Okay.
Fire away.
I have told a couple of people that I'm going to have it available after this meeting today.
Doesn't do any good. Besides,
But
you send it out to
nothing
everybody.
is decided today though.
That's not what I said. I just asked for it so that I could share that either on Facebook or with other friends that were interested, so they could spend the time to look at the PowerPoints and ask questions. I'm just not very happy about it. It really don't matter. Thank you.
Okay. Heather Dittmer, I believe, Heather was just here as, for one of our department meetings. Charlotte Norris,
Nothing.
okay, all right. Carol Nielsen. And Carol, you may feel free to just speak from where you're at.
I'll speak loud enough.
Okay, all right.
To me, it's vitally important to be able to go to a polling place and vote. And I feel that way because my grandfather, with only one leg, had a 10-year-old push him 2 blocks to the voting place, then had men come out of the building, 2 men lifted him up, took him in to vote. And that's how important voting is at a voting place. And my husband and 2 other neighbors have said they will not drive 40 miles one way to go vote, which is what the people from the Iowa Center is going to have to do. And that's my comment.
Okay. So, and I'll go back to even Bob's comments. I am going to try and keep this moving along, and so we could probably spend considerable time having conversations in support of or to answer those questions.
Yeah.
I mainly want to allow the opportunity, and Carol, I think you bring up very good points. I'm just going to keep moving, and I greatly appreciate your comments. Bob, does that help?
That's
Okay.
it.
All right. Carol, anything else?
No.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Kim Kraft, I know Kim was here presenting. Kim probably went back to work. Terry Baker.
Terry Baker from the Iowa Center area as well. And I did write all 4 of you because we weren't sure who the questions or concerns should be sent to. First off, there was confusion about that. But I guess my main point is who came up with this idea that we need to do it, because voting is so basic to our civic duties. So if there's ways that we all can help, some have offered, to come help for free or minimum wage. Road and Bridge had said if we all slow down on the county roads, that would make them last longer and I assume save money for the county. I mean, if you guys have any other ideas that we can all help with, I think we would all, I'd like to hear those ideas, because we in the outlying areas do not want to give up our places where we vote, because it will take a long time. And I know you probably addressed it again. We're all in town a lot. No, we're not. We don't come to Torrington very often at all. Dennis and I do. Yeah. So, and then to voting ahead of time, no. If somebody that's running dies, or if somebody drops out of the race, then you have lost your vote. So those are all concerns for some of us. And in a blizzard, for me, I'd rather go over to Dan Jackson's than to Yoder or Torrington or Wendell. So that's it. And Dennis and I would love our questions answered because we wrote all 4 of you. So.
It will take me, it would take the entire rest of the time available. I do have them here.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think that is, that's an important point to make. And Terry had sent us an email with, there were 23 different questions on there, 23. So that in conjunction with hard copies of letters, with phone calls, yeah, I know I haven't had time to get back to you. And so it wasn't really anything other than it's trying to process all of the information. So, yeah, very good questions though. I mean, I think you brought up some very good points, but there were some of them that would require a lot of research in order to get back to you. Okay, Terry, anything else? Okay, thank you, Terry, I appreciate it. Chris Alexander, is Chris still here? Okay, thank you, Chris. Shelby Hanlon, she's not, Amy,
Yeah.
you have, yeah, go ahead, Amy.
I guess this is the first I've heard of it, so I wanted to stay and listen to it, and I understand that it would make it more convenient because I was a voting judge for the first time in this last election. However, Goshen County is a pretty big county, and that puts a lot of strain on the far reaches of the county to try and drive in. Should there be weather, should there be a family emergency, which I understand nobody can control that, it's just consideration. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I've got a name here and I can't read it. It starts with an H. No.
That's for the.
Here, I've got a phone number.
There you go.
932-5917. Your car is about to be towed. Okay, if we get to the end, there is a name here and I'm sorry, I can't read it. I've got some handwriting pointers that I will offer at the end of the. Again, we will allow for anybody that would like to speak at the end. So when I get through the list here, we can do that. But Kim, that's okay.
I'm gonna pass for now.
Okay, all right, thank you, Kim. Robert Melinak?
Yes, I will speak.
Okay.
I am county chairman of the Democratic Party in Goshen County. It is not dead, it's very alive, and you will find that there are more people volunteering to be judges to meet the statutory requirements of bipartisanship. We will work, and we've already begun that effort. One of the things I would like to point out to you is that a minimum of 5 polling centers in the county would probably be preferable to 3. Add Fort Laramie, add LaGrange, and you've got the county much better covered than what you would have with just 3. And you would cut down a lot of the travel time for people to get to the polling place from where they are. And it would also help to let everybody know that yes, if you live in precinct 8-2, you can vote in the polling place in Fort Laramie, which is actually in precinct 9-1. But we need to advise everybody in the county that that's what should occur with that. And like I said, we're working at making sure that we have more bipartisanship on the judges panels and available judges for you, as well as alternates. That is one of our main priorities as Democrats in this county. We do feel that, and we've studied the amount of votes that have been cast in this county, and there's a lot more Democrats voting in this county than most people want to believe. Yes, we may be redder than some of the others, but that doesn't mean we can't work bipartisanly within the county to get this done. We would recommend 5 voting centers in the county, which would help alleviate some of this. And if they're in the main places like Fort Laramie and LaGrange, that would really alleviate a lot of extra travel time for both judges and some of the others that are involved with this. And state statutes are providing you some real problems here, because one of the statutes says that every elector will vote in his precinct. I mean, that was before used other pronouns. And I think that, I'll give you that number as a matter of fact. 22-119. That particular statute is in direct conflict with setting up precinct centers in one way, but in another way, there's another statute that does allow this. Not against polling centers, I do think that we need to come up with a Goshen County plan more than just kind of one that's thrown out from somewhere else. And I will be more than willing to work with you, Mary, as the county chair of the Democratic Party, and would welcome Kirk to come in and work with us on that as well. End of my spiel.
So we have with us via Zoom, Secretary of State Chuck Gray, and Mary has indicated that Chuck would like to provide comment. So Secretary of State Gray, thank you for being with us. We will yield the floor to you. Could we do a sound check to make sure that everybody can hear you?
Yes, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Give us 1 second. Can we turn the volume up on the TV at all?
And I'm happy to go after everybody else. I can go last, so if you want to come back, that'd be fine.
Good.
Everybody else that signed up
If there's
first should go
anything
first.
pertinent that you feel that you would like to step in and add, I think that even the mention of the statute that Robert had just mentioned, if you feel like you want to address any of those points as we go through, we will be more than happy to yield to you. Otherwise, we will probably continue to move through comment, and we'll get to the end, and then we'll be glad to welcome you back.
Yeah, if I could go at the end, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, then we will get back on schedule here. Robert, thank you very much. Appreciate the comments. Sherry, is it Pete?
Hi.
Hi, okay, Sherry.
Thank you. I'm gonna take this from a little bit of a different perspective. So I moved to Torrington just under 3 years ago from the neighbors to the south. And about 20 years ago, a little more maybe, they went to polling centers or voting centers. And a couple of years later, they decided that voting had gone down, that not enough people were voting anymore because they were having to go too far in some of the rural counties. Out east and where I'm from, Weld County, was 4,000 square miles, and polling centers or voting centers were not working. So a couple of years after that, they went to, well, let's give them an option of mail-in ballots. And after a couple of years of mail-in ballots, they decided mail-in ballots were working so wonderfully that the state of Colorado decided that they were going to go to required mail-in ballots. And elections then became an all mail-in ballot election. You had an opportunity to vote in person, but you had to make the effort to go to a voting center still to do that voting in person. A couple of years after they went to all mail-in ballot system, they decided that the county clerks were too bogged down because they had to, Democrats and Republicans, unaffiliated, had to declare in advance, which they do now in the state of Wyoming already, but Democrats and Republicans had to declare in advance whether or not they wanted to vote Democrat or Republican in the primaries. And that was bogging down the county clerks because it was taking up too much of their time and too much effort. So Colorado went to a system where they now mail out every primary, both a Democrat and a Republican ballot, to all unaffiliated in Colorado, which is the primary voting bloc in Colorado now. They now are the majority voters in Colorado. And it's up to the person who gets both ballots to mail only back one. And it's up to the county clerk's office to determine, make sure that they didn't mail back two, which has led me to move to the state of Wyoming. Because of all of this, it has become, the economy has tanked, the cost of living has skyrocketed, crime has skyrocketed, all because of the way our election system has allowed fraudulent and multiple problems with how things get voted. And then we know it then trickles down to the county commissioner's offices and state elected representatives' offices. So having lived this experience in Colorado, I really hope you guys really consider the slippery slope that this is taking the state of Wyoming down. And you're right, it is a national trend and it is a state trend. But I moved to Goshen County because the principles and the morals and the lifestyle was more what I grew up in, and I wanted to get back to that. And when I look at this map, and I see that people who live and vote in the Iowa Center would now have to drive 45 miles possibly to vote. That scares me. I bought a Jeep, four-wheel drive Jeep a year after I got here because I only lived a mile west of town and I couldn't get out of my driveway with my Elantra. And I can't imagine having to drive 45 miles if there's a snowstorm in Nebraska, in November, to get to a voting center. So when you have election judges who have volunteered to take on that effort, those people know that they may have to make that drive. Those people know that they may have to spend that 45 minutes coming back to vote. The people that actually live in the Iowa Center or the Prairie Center or the, out in LaGrange and have to drive to Yoder in order to vote, I just don't think it's the right time, the right thing. I think Goshen County residents deserve better, and that's my 2 cents.
So, I want to say that through this process, it is an opportunity for us to exercise exactly what we're doing here today. And those kind of comments, I think, lend to the conversation and give a track record of, and it helps us to understand whether we maybe receive correspondence from you in writing or whatever. I really believe that those are the kinds of things that we need to hear and that need to be taken into consideration. So Sherry, thank you very much. Not that the rest of them haven't been good. It's a pretty real world example of where you've come from. Kurt, would you like?
Yeah, I'll speak.
Okay.
Thank you, commissioners, Mary, tending to try and keep my thoughts together, but that may not happen. First thing I'd say is, are Goshen County elections unsecure?
No.
Do we have problems? Sure, yes,
Okay.
Mary, if
So-
Ms. Chairman would allow that.
Can I answer
Alright.
that?
Yeah, I think that's-
Are Goshen County elections insecure?
Unsecure.
So I wrote many letters to my legislators and my senator last year during the election because all of these bills were going through the legislator about insecure elections. And I told them, but we don't have that here. And they say, we have to be ahead of the game, and we have to be prepared for what's coming down the pipe. And so that has made our life rather difficult. And then when we decided that we are gonna cut property taxes, and we all were looking at the ways that we could save money in the county, I thought that was the perfect time to make elections more secure and help with the budget problems. Because it is out there, they've cast doubt that there is problems with our elections being secure.
Do we have problems with the election process that we've utilized in this county for years? These are maybe rhetorical. Does utilizing the proposed vote centers solve those problems, if there are problems of the election process? My belief is the elections in Goshen County are secure. And the process to conduct those elections at the polls is a robust system. I have firsthand experience. I've been election judge the last few times. That double poll book is an amazing document. It really holds these things together. I think it's a very good process. We have a good process in hand. As of August 1st, Goshen County's 84% registered with votes. Mr. Melnick, I appreciate, he left.
No,
There you go. I appreciate your comments. And in the last election cycle, there was not a chairman and we did not have participation. And I know Mary, clerk, she worked hard, her office worked hard to accomplish judges. And as I understand it, when we got done with the general election in 2024, I know of at least 2 people that were alternate election judges that we didn't meet that day. So the polls were filled. We had election judges at all those polls. All right, illegals, felons that aren't restored, if they go through the process and get registered, they provide their proper documentation at the poll. We register it, they're registered and they go through it. They're signing a registration form saying that they can legally do that, that they are eligible and qualified to do that. that election judge, that polling location, the clerk, no one has broken the law if they go through and cast that ballot. They broke the law. That happens. Unintentionally, intentionally. Now, if the election clerk intentionally does some things, that might be a problem. I'll stop there. My point being is, the crime is on the person that committed it, not those people through the process. They're doing their job to accomplish all that. Hand counting. Hand counting is a real possibility, there's no doubt about it. But if any legislation gets passed that's gonna hand count, that is the most substantial change that we've had in this state before, as long as I am aware of. And there will be so many different things going on with that. I think my terms, my words, is I think this idea of 3 vote centers is the cart before the horse. 2 carts before the horse, maybe 3 carts before the horse, but we don't even know what that's going to look like. So yes, there's great plans to try and do something before it happens, but in an election process, you're going to be bound by statute. Why are we doing changes now based on what could be? And we're going to be bound by statute. Election is a really controlled, really controlled item. We're just way too far. Vote centers. And feel free to correct me if I am wrong, Mary. We've had a vote center in Goshen County for quite a while. It's the Rendezvous Center. And as I remember it, the previous commission has authorized the use of that before we had the primary and general system. So what I'm saying is, commissioners, I think you guys have the right and the authority to dictate this one way or another, yay or nay. That's what I'd say. I guess I didn't identify myself. Yes, I am the chairman of the Goshen County Republican Party. I've been speaking mostly on that. I, in my individual capacity in conversations with people, have been asking them, what do you guys think of this? And I will tell you, I have not had a single person that would be in favor of those things. Same with my party. Thank you, Mr. Melnick. And so I also serve as the mayor of the LaGrange Town Council. And Mary, I appreciate you coming and presenting. It was very well attended. We normally have about 6 people in attendance. We had over 50 people there. And so at the conclusion, I did conduct a poll, which I would actually encourage the commission to maybe do that. So you can have an
I'm pretty
understanding.
sure, if I can say something, that everyone in this room came to say they are not in favor of polling places or vote centers. So I really don't think the poll needs to happen.
And at the conclusion of that meeting, which there are many LaGrange people here, thank you guys for coming. There was 2 people that said they would be in favor of the proposed 3 vote centers, and the rest of the room was not. And I bring that information to you to tell you the town of LaGrange is not in favor of this. I do deliver that verbally here right now. So I understand you're gonna have additional meetings. I think that's great. Rendezvous Center would be a good opportunity. You're gonna have some good back and forth. I will, once I know that time and date, I will definitely get that out through the Republican Party, the Central Committee, and as many people as I can. But I guess what I want to conclude with today is I encourage, and I hope I started with this, it's the first item on here, but I do appreciate the work and time that goes into this. But, yeah, I do, and I don't remember if I started that or not. But that was the first thing I had written down here, because I do understand that projects get developed and processed and worked out, and then there are times when you end up not doing it. So I think this project's 2 carts in front of the horse. I think I would encourage the commission to shelf this project and pick it up maybe, or cannibalize it maybe at a later date. But today it's not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, Kirk took up everybody else's time. Good points. Appreciate those. Diane Humphrey, Diane, would you like to? Okay.
I'd like to thank Kurt, our out there, and we lost Grange lost one of our favorite sons this last weekend, so we appreciate her coming here and talking today. But just a few things for people that will say, I was county commissioner of Laramie County for 16 years. When I moved to LaGrange in 2011, it was right before they changed the vote centers in Laramie County. And you would not believe the number of people who called me from Laramie County and told me how they were so against this. And then after they did it, how much, even now, even today, I talked to a guy that said it's so hard to get to Alvin from where he lives to have to go vote. It disappoints me that of what elected officials find themselves to do to the small communities of this state. I think that we've heard, our school district has heard the small communities by the consolidating schools. And I know that's a whole nother subject, but it's just seems like it's one thing after another. LaGrange has a very, very huge asset. If it wasn't there, LaGrange might not still be there, and that is that Bible school. Those kids go to school there, they all don't have a lot of money. They go to school there, they're being represented by other faiths that send them there and help them with them. They don't have cars, some of them don't even have driver's license, but they come and vote. It's a big deal to all those kids to come and vote. They will not be able to drive clear to Yoder to vote. And if you have a bus, Mary, I'm happy about it. We have a lot of older people in LaGrange. Those people, you know, it's easier to go down the street to vote. If they're not able to go vote, 9 times out of 10, they probably won't make it. I just think it's a bad idea, and I plead that the commissioners find a way to not do this. I just think it's one more way to hurt our small community.
Thank you, Diane.
Cody McClung, precinct committee man and veteran. And I'm just not want to take up a lot of time, but want to share what a lot of my constituents and neighbors have shared with me. I would encourage all of us to be very respectful both ways and have a really good discussion without poking and prodding. I guess what's been shared with me is the deep concern about how this plan is going to affect voter turnout. Are we going to end up with long lines at polling centers, extended wait times, citizen disgruntlement, resulting in a non-vote? People decide, well, heck with this, I'm going back home. That's a real concern. I think that has an effect on every election. I guess as far as questions go, I would like to see, as far as actual dollars go, we've been saying 20%. Do we know, as far as a projection, what are the actual savings with this plan?
So, of course, it's a projection.
Sure.
And the 2024 election cost $95,145.28. And we project that in 2 years, it would cost $68,550 due to the, we did it line by line on paying election judges, paying mileage, paying the equipment, costs that we have to pay every year. And so that's what we came up with. So we estimated 20%, but with the actual numbers, it was higher, but, I would hate to be way off on the numbers, but that's what we.
Next question, are we charged per voting machine that we're using right now?
We pay a fee for how many voting machines we have. So we have 20 of those express votes, which are the ADA compliant ones. And if we didn't have 11 polling places, that we had to have at least one at every one to be ADA compliant, we would go down to 10. And so it would be half the annual fee to have only 10 as opposed to 20. And then the tabulators, we would be able to have less tabulators, and we pay annually per tabulator that we have.
And that's factored into the number that you provide, okay?
Okay. And that's assuming that we get the grant for the additional equipment that we'll need for this.
Right, which is pretty minimal. It is a tablet and a printer that prints out a little label so that the person can go and get their ballots, and it prints out which kind of ballot they want, since they're in a building with all the ballots.
Sure. I guess the only other thing is if we must consolidate, I would like to look at the possibility of keeping some additional or all of the voting machines we have at the time, right now, to be able to have, maybe if each precinct has their own voting machine and we have separate lines to go to cast our votes and not be kind of bottlenecked into one big line. Is what the feedback that I've gotten.
This is new for what I'm offering and wanting to do, but I did talk to some of the other county clerks who have a large number of people voting in an area and ask them, like, how many voters come to that place and how many of the, and so we ranked or decided how many we thought we would need. I estimate that if we were to go to the 3 vote centers, my estimation is that 1,800 people would vote in Torrington, 750 would vote in Yoder, and 750 would vote in Lingle, and 3,000 would early vote, because we had 2,800 early vote last year. So, and we have 6,200 registered voters in the county.
So I guess that's a question. We're wanting to cut our voting machines in half. And are we gonna be able to feasibly handle that? If we have 1,800 people come to the rendezvous center, can we handle that?
Well, we're picturing something that we haven't done before, but the e-poll books are a lot different than the regular poll books, because all you do is the person would hand their driver's license over and you would just find them on the tablet and punch it with your finger, and they had it would be faster than 2 judges sitting at a table writing down the same name. And then it's faster than writing down.
Do we vote on that tablet?
No.
We would get a paper ballot to vote on.
That checks you in, just like it just is like when you go up with your driver's license. You're checked in on a computer, and then it automatically shows that you voted in the state of Wyoming. The whole state knows that you voted already. And then it's the same after that. You go to your table where you get your ballot, they hand it to you. You either go to an express vote or you go sit down and then you go
paper ballot. Okay. All right, thank you.
Cody, thank you very much. I think good questions, good conversation there, and probably some that others may have as well, so appreciate that. Marion, would you like to say anything?
Yes, Marion Johnson, I'm up at Lingle. We're all taxpayers here, right?
Yes.
And, I think we do have a right to speak about this. One other little thing I was thinking of, you talk about the power outage up at JM that once upon a time. Could have been like last week around the Lingle and maybe into Torrington. why roulette was just out completely, wasn't their fault. It's their supplier. That can just happen. That's just the thing that goes on. And you also talk about, you plan, you get everything put together, and this doesn't show up, and that doesn't show up. I go back and compare that to we the people, farmers, ranchers, we're trying to get parts these days. Same situation. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. Oh, the truck broke down, so it'll be Monday before you get the parts, but then they call and that didn't work. So these are all comparisons that you put up with, that we put up with, and thank you.
Okay. Gary, would you like to add to that?
Well, there's only a couple things there that I thought of. Seems to me like you got all three of these voting places in a 20-mile radius. Get one down that end, get one up that end, and maybe one here. It's like Lingle, what, 10 miles from here? Fort Laramie, 10 miles from there. 10 miles, that ain't much to my notion. It just seemed like LaGrange is forgot about clear down there. They got to drive clear to Yoder. And then you're talking about JM without the generator. Okay, if you got a polling place that without a generator, the county has got them, take them out there the morning of the election and be prepared, not when the electricity goes out. Call them. You got 45 minutes, 30 minutes to take the generator out there. Take it out there beforehand and be prepared. If it goes out, flip the switch and keep right on the go. That's only couple things that I thought about.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Gary. Marlo?
I want to thank you commissioners for letting me speak here today. I want to thank all the voting citizens who came out this morning. And I do want to thank Mary for her service. And while I don't agree with her proposal, I do appreciate her well-intentioned efforts to manage the budget and maintain a free and fair election. I see the biggest shortcoming of this proposal is a lack of researching input from the citizen voters. And while there's many valid reasons for to be against this proposal, I'll just give you a couple. After presenting the proposal in LaGrange, there were many productive comments that, if taken under consideration, might create a proposal more accommodating to the voters. Mary's response to objections is that her mind is made up, which, coming from a public servant as an elected official, this seems more like forced compliance, and that isn't how we do things in Goshen County, Wyoming. Her proposal is two extremes, either her proposal having no failure or keeping things as is with nothing but failure. I want to address the assertion that centralized voting centers would eliminate the congestion and long waits to vote in Torrington that Torrington experiences now. As an example of how this system won't solve the problem, I will refer to Rodeo Check-In because they use a computer system that checks in every cowboy, every contestant, and they're all pre-entered, but they still all have to be looked up and appropriately marked in. Computers are only as good as the one using it, and human error is still a factor. Pressing the wrong button can cause many problems. Voters will still have to have their ID verified, and they still have to have time to actually vote. With only 3 voting centers, I believe that the long lines and waits will be even more so. It was also brought up that everyone's taxes already, It was also brought up that everyone's taxes already paid for our ability to vote. By forcing voters now to drive to these centers, there will be many who will be taxed even more with their time and fuel expense. And so the little bit of tax here, a little bit of tax there, it's just never ending. And for some of it, it will be well over 40 miles. So those of us who pay the most taxes are getting taxed again simply by living outside of the Torrington area. My conclusion is that there needs to be some very honest dialogue and consideration to this proposal. I'm not opposed to seeking a solution that doesn't disenfranchise any of our citizens or hinders any vote. I would ask the commissioners to vote no on this proposal as it is, and ask Mary to soften her stance to accept input from the voters of Goshen County to see if there is a resolution that would be acceptable to everyone. I thank you for listening and your time.
Some time in writing that.
I did. Important.
Appreciate it. And I'm going to interject just a little bit here. And I'm going to speak on Mary's behalf because I think that, any situation, and I think we've learned, my fellow commissioners and I have learned that anytime there is a decision that involves or impacts the county the way that this one could, you get a response. And as Mary had mentioned, we could ask for a show of hands. Is there anybody here who would be in support of this proposal? I didn't think so. So when Mary puts herself out there, when she puts the time into, the presentation that she's put together, goes out to these city council meetings and different things, that's not a fun part of either her job or what we have to do. We know that it's part of our job, but I would agree, Marlo. I think that we as elected officials owe it to you to listen to what you have to say. So again, in defense of Mary, I think it does become very easy for us to get defensive because we're passionate about what we do, and we have to live it on a different level. I could also ask for a show of hands. How many of you are in this commissioner room for the very first time? Because you have come in to speak on behalf of or about a topic that is very particular to you. We have to try and take, and Sean Hall always uses the term, the 365-degree view of it. And so I think for us as elected officials, and especially in this case, I wouldn't want Mary to be anything but passionate about what she's presenting. And so I think that we have to keep that in mind. But Marlo, you bring up very good points. And our first job is to serve the people of the county. And so allowing you this opportunity to kind of speak on and to speak your mind about this is the most important thing that we can do.
I'd just like to add on to that. I don't think Mary is trying to stifle or, stop voting or, hurt that. I think what her goal was to make sure her elections are safe and secure. And we've, as a commission, we've tasked all the department heads, hey, you got to cut your budget by 8 to 10%. Well, this falls under her budget. I mean, that's what she's trying to do, is make sure that we're running the most efficient election we can it's safe. Obviously, that's going to come with some cuts. So I think that's her goal. It's not to, I don't, whatever you guys are thinking, her goal is to make sure they're secure and we're doing the most cost effective we can do it. And we're here to listen. So.
And I'll be very curious at the end. I think the conversation with Secretary of State Gray, I think I know that in my mind, and I suppose that it's on the mind of several of you in the room, what are elections going to continue to evolve into, and what is that going to look like? If we could preemptively do something before we're forced to do something, I think that that's probably part of what we're tasked with. But I think that those are things that maybe that conversation with Secretary of State Gray could answer some of those questions at the end. So I want to jump back onto our list here. And is it Renee Winfrey?
Yes, I'll pass.
You'll pass? Okay, thank you. Not for passing.
Everybody else knows that.
Lene Dix.
Oh.
Okay, all right. Carolyn Williams, Carolyn, would you like to?
A lot of mine have already been covered.
Okay, all right, thank you, Carolyn. Either Ed or Yvonne Perry.
We have controversy here, there's no doubt. I think Mary's trying to do what she can. I'm gonna approach it from the other side of the coin. Let's move the voting to the county lines on each end and ask Torrington if they want to drive. $21 million is what we're levy. I know it's gonna cost money, we gotta cut. We're having to drive down a vote without bringing this issue to the voters or the commissioners who were able to weigh in on this. This is taxation without representation. That's all I need. Thank you.
I think that's an interesting thought and it's a fair question. I think the next question is, and this kind of goes back to my earlier comment, are we headed to one centralized voting location? I mean, is that something down the road that you move from one number to a smaller number and then there's only one way to go from there? It's to one spot. So that would be a question that I would have that could certainly be addressed later. Jerry and Kathy Knockman, is that right?
I'll pass, but Kathy has a question.
Okay.
So we didn't hear about this until 5 o'clock Saturday afternoon. Excuse me. Anyway, the first thing I thought of was eventually they're going to force us to mail in our ballots. So I really appreciate what Sherry said and sharing her experience, what happened in Colorado. And so 2 questions I have is that I'm confused about is Bob asked for a thumb drive and you said you were gonna make them available after this appointment, after this meeting. You didn't know there were gonna be any more meetings, did you, until you saw the response of all the people?
Oh no, I'm going to legal tonight and I'm going to go to tomorrow night, but I was planning to give him the thumb drive after this meeting.
No, I mean meetings up until September for us to come back to.
Yeah, I have those scheduled already. I mean, I guess, no, I didn't know that.
And another question, let me think what it was. Sorry, I won't take up your time, I can't remember it.
That's okay. And my comment would be, there was not an additional meeting scheduled, but she had other meetings and was on the agenda for the other town council meetings that will take place. So I hope that helps clarify, and I think, does that help answer the question?
Well, I guess I'm not understanding why Bob is so upset.
I'm not upset. I just wanted to know how long it would take. And down at the bottom of the paper, and I'll put it in the paper.
That's okay.
Bottom of the paper says will reply by 9:25.
Okay, that has to do with a FOIA request.
That's what I turned in, was a
I know,
FOIA request.
and that's why that date was there, because we have to statutorily provide the information. So we put that on every request, no matter what they want. If they want us to if it was something that I could just hand across to you, we still would put that date on there because it's a statutory requirement on how long we have to respond to a FOIA request. So it's not anything against you in asking for that.
An email takes how long? Bingo, sheriff's not provided my email.
Well, don't be offended about the date.
I'm not offended. I just can't understand why it takes that long.
I thought of my other thing I was gonna talk about. So I've heard of people who have actually come here and put their name down to be a judge, an election judge. And yet up there on that, when you went through it, you said that you're short on election judges. And they said they've never heard back from the courthouse after they put their name in. So why is that? And you have a shortage?
Well, we put that in the computer and we can bring up a report of people who say that they will be one, and we start going down that list. And then when we think we have enough people, because we also pay people to come to training and we pay for their mileage so we try to have a certain number of substitutes. And if we don't realize that there's gonna be more people that call in sick right before, and so we didn't have enough alternates lined up. We don't call every single person because we do have to pay mileage and training, whether they're gonna do work on the day of the election or not. So we thought we were covered with our alternates, but we weren't. And I called a lot of people who were Democrats and I did not get any yeses. So I did not have enough Democrats.
Does that answer your questions, Kathy?
Yeah, it just looks like there would be more overall than if you weren't prepared and didn't have enough. Why not? The ones I heard that said they turned their name in, we never got back with them. They never heard anything. So it wasn't even like they were an alternative to begin with.
And I'm one of those people. I know I'm not on your list. I'm one of those people. And I came from Colorado to be here. I asked to be one of the alternates or to be a judge. Nothing whatsoever came back to me, either voicemail or air.
What we do is we send a letter to everybody that's.
Didn't get one.
Well, I know, the letter is the people who have been a judge in the past. Then we start sending out letters asking people if you'll be an alternate, and when we think we have the number covered.
Why don't you cover more than that? Why don't you give more?
I just said it costs more money is why we do.
Why are we spending money on stuff like that? What happened to volunteers? I'm sure there's a lot of people out there who volunteer.
There's a statute that says exactly that we have to pay them at least minimum wage.
Okay, I'm gonna try and get us back on track here, and I will allow at the end additional opportunity if you want to be allowed to speak. Diane, thank you. Appreciate it. So next on my list is Marty Hubbs.
The only question or the only comment that I want to make is the rural people that will not travel to vote. Won't that skew the election?
Absolutely.
I think that's a very real concern, probably the first and greatest concern, is what it does. And I know that Mary was able to provide, examples from other counties that, what they have seen with voter turnout and different things. I'll say the same thing that I've said from this chair many times before. We are not Laramie County. We are not Converse County. We are Goshen County. And that makes us unique. I think that does include a population that we need to make sure that we're careful with how we represent the people of the county. And so that's a very valid question. And in my opinion, that's the greatest concern that I have. Marty, anything else?
That's all.
Okay, thank you. Ken Hunter.
I'll pass this time.
Okay, thank you, Ken. Sharon Tremaine.
I'll pass.
Okay, Peggy Odeco.
I do have one question. So in LaGrange, I asked you about getting a copy of the PowerPoint, and you told me you couldn't give it to anybody till a couple of weeks from now.
No, it was till after today. I'm putting it on the website today, and I believe this is being recorded, but I'm not sure if that works. But it'll be on the website. There will be a link to it as soon as IT can do that for us after this meeting.
So probably about the crack of dawn tomorrow morning,
Yeah.
we'll be able to have it.
Hopefully, I don't know. IT's kind of upset with me for this. They were like really trying to get this going. This is all a new setup yesterday, and so because it's a different TV, it's hanging on the wall. They really did work there. They worked in here all day yesterday, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I think in order to maybe address that concern, and it goes back to Bob's question initially there, because of the timing of it, I think that those are the kinds of things that would make us consider if we need to bump this, move this down the road. Because I think that if people feel that they have not been given enough time to have the information, to have responded to it, to have made comment about it, I think, and obviously, we're never going to achieve perfection. We're never going to get 100% of the people. After this meeting today, I'm going to get a call. How dare you have that meeting? I didn't know about it. And it's I think that attempt to make sure that everybody knows and everybody is informed is impossible. We found that out. But if we feel like that process needs more time, certainly I think it's imperative that we allow that. Yes.
So you said Friday was the last day that people could make comments?
Well, I did, someone else asked in here today. And we, like that notice was done at the beginning of August. Anyway, it was a while down back. I did not know that we were gonna possibly, be 2 months out. I don't know how far out we're gonna be before the decision is made. We will still take comments up until the decision is made.
So that was before you scheduled your time with Lingle and the other ones?
Right, that was when I put together the notice that was gonna go on the website. By statute, I'm required to do that and put a notice in the papers, and that was when I said that.
Okay, you bet. Vicky Zimmer,
I asked.
okay. Christine Brady. She left.
We left her. We lost her.
Lost her a long time ago. Mike Husby, is that right? Hughesby?
I think most of it's, I'm from LaGrange and Kirk has expressed what our town, and I'm on the council, feel about this thing, so I don't have the same.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mike. Nothing else, we get to meet a lot of new people. Joel Tremaine.
Just a couple of quick things, reside in the range, very hard work, I know it's a lot of hard work. First thing I was gonna mention, I appreciate what he said, because that was my first month the range was brought up about not being able to find judges for a Democratic judge. And specifically the way that the statute was written, as Commissioner said, that it's the best that you can do as much as is possible.
But if we go to hand counting, then it's not an option.
We don't know when, but just talking about where we're at right now.
Right.
That can also be viewed a whole other way, because I don't think that, obviously the county doesn't want to be on record saying, well, because we cannot find one Democrat in range, we're gonna upvote a whole precinct, move to 40 miles away, get a lower vote turnout, because there's not enough Democrats in range.
I didn't
I
mean
know,
for you
no, I
to
know
take
that.
it that way.
No, I know that, but what I'm saying is, we're gonna be real careful about that it can come across that.
That's the way it comes across.
So, just on County Range, it was, I think outside of the Lingle and Trenton general voting precinct, the range had the third largest vote turnout as general, so again, probably doesn't make sense to move that precinct 25 miles away. I'm pretty sure that's what it should first that general. And then lastly, just mentioned about the schools. There are 2 schools in Range, ones already mentioned, Frontier School Bible, over 200 students, they don't have cars. And they say because one of the reasons that you was picked up is there's a school there. And there's the Range Elementary School. So I think those reasons right there sum up to keep the reasons why you want to keep it. That's okay.
Okay. So, I was just gonna add, maybe there's over 50 staff between the Frontier School Bible and the grade school in the range. I don't think that the older school has that kind of staff.
I mean, I know I have nothing against LaGrange. My whole, like when we were talking about places to have a vote center, and we did discuss like, what you guys have and all that. But what we wanted to do was draw people from around, like you guys are the very far south, JM and Prairie Center are the very far north. if you were to have a place more where you could put your finger and there would be a circle of people that would likely come to that area to vote. That is, that's it.
I understand.
Yeah, sure.
Mary, I don't think you're hearing, sorry. Clerk. Don't think you're hearing people. They're telling you that that will not work, what you just described. Don't do that. You're not going to serve the voting public, especially as we get out of the town of Torrington, the municipality of Torrington. You're not serving the public.
I'm trying to like, there's an 11 by our county, and we're down here almost at the bottom. I'm trying to reduce that number from 11.
I think, and I appreciate Kirk's approach, because I think that those are probably conversations that will continue to take place. Given the amount of time we've been at this and the number of people that I think may still want to talk. Kirk, without saying a word, you have given food for thought. And I think we probably know exactly where you're coming from with that. I mean, there are going to be other opportunities, and I think that if it's okay, we'll continue to move on. No, actually, I don't care if it's okay. We're gonna continue to move on. But I appreciate your approach. I know exactly where you're coming from there. So at this time, that's the end of the list of names that I have. Now, I know that
We signed up at the front door.
Oh, okay. I didn't get the list from out there, so I will grab that. Thank you. Okay. So these are written comments.
No, they thought that they
not
all.
Okay, so I've got, I'll allow the people that I have, that have their names on these to speak if they would like to. Is there a list out there, Mary? Sir, did you sign something other than?
Yeah, I put my name and telephone number and signed it at the bottom and said I'd make comments at the meeting.
Okay, that's what he asked.
That's
He
what I
has a
have.
little pile of those.
Yeah. Okay, so Nathaniel McCray. And I have the public comments here. I mean, okay, then what I'm going to do is we're going to keep these and I will share these with the others up here, but I will allow you the opportunity to speak if you would like to. So Kara McCray, I'm gonna guess that Kara probably was left as well. Leslie Meisenberg. Kathy Stott. And I, if you want us to.
If you guys are gonna read it, I mean, that's totally fine, and I don't need to say all of that again.
Okay.
I wanted to thank Mary for coming to LaGrange. We don't get a lot of people that come to LaGrange to give presentations when we need the information, so I appreciate that. So everything else pretty much I have on there, and everything else is pretty much said.
Okay, okay, thank you, Kathy. Steve Hayes? I'll pass. Okay. John McCumber, to be presented verbally. There's the one.
I
Sorry,
guess I'm a
at the
little
bottom of the file.
notorious now.
Yeah.
And in spite of my physical appearance, I can see two sides to the story.
We needed that.
Mary, first of all, thank you very much for the depth of the work that you've gone through. I think you've been very judicious in not using the word promise, but instead talked about potentials. I've been struck by the difference between my perception of your presentation the first time we saw it versus now. I have realized that there are an awful lot of hypotheses that you have used for the future and a great lack of specific information on the problems we've had in the past. And that's been reviewed earlier by Kirk. I'd also like to say that Sherry's comments on Colorado apply directly to us. It took us 10 years to get here, but we arrived 6 weeks ago. Welcome. We've been involved in that fight back there. It's terrible to have lost it. I don't want you to lose it. Let me put a framework about there around this. There is such a thing as focused benefits and diffused costs. So we've been talking primarily about focused benefits. You've identified specific areas in which we would benefit, both as a county fiscally. For people in Torrington, perhaps there would be a personal benefit for convenience sake, but that certainly doesn't talk about a lot of other people. And we tend as a group to focus on those benefits because they're identifiable, and we as humans like things that are good for us, but they're based on assumptions. On the other hand, besides, on the other side of focused benefits, you have diffused costs. And these are costs that are borne by people that may not be great in number, but may have great effect on them. Those are diffused costs that we don't ordinarily think about. It doesn't bother us, so we don't think about them. The diffused costs in this case are being borne by the people who have to travel, the people who have to spend time away from their livelihood, and yet we expect a certain level of service out of our government to take care of those problems. My concern is that the diffused costs result in, nasty word, disenfranchisement. And if we are not careful, that will be an institutional disenfranchisement if we go this way with a structure that we're proposing as opposed to what we currently have. We talked about Cowboy Daily criticizing us for not doing things well or doing things improperly. Well, wait till you see the Cowboy Daily investigation, Cowboy State Daily investigation into how we disenfranchised our voters.
I think the very best thing that has come from this is I see a lot of potential out there for the next election. Yeah, very well spoken. I appreciate the comments, and as I have with most of them here. So now I believe that takes care of everybody that I had on my list, and so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of sweep from left to right. My left to my right. And so if you would like to make additional comment, I'm going to start with Pat. Pat, I will turn the floor over to you, and if you want to raise your hand and say something, we'll just work through the room here.
I'm not a very good speaker, but this is sort of the custom and culture of Goshen County. And the little precincts, we always get together and we talk and make resolutions, visit about the resolutions, make all kinds of comments, and then turn those resolutions into the main committee. And if these little precincts become one big precinct, nobody is going to go to these little meetings and make resolutions, talk about what's going on or anything. So I think that is very bad on down the road. It's making it all one huge is not a good idea.
Very good point. And in your defense, John never let you be the public speaker. So
That's
okay, yes.
Yes, Peg Desmond, Prairie Center. I have the public notice here on my phone, and it says vote centers are polling locations designed to make voting more convenient. That really struck at my heart, like, are you stinking kidding me? You come live where I live and you're not making it more convenient for the folks that you are trying to draw to a central location. So that was kind of something I wanted to point out. It was on the document, and that kind of rubbed me raw the first. And the next thing is so petty, and I apologize for it, but it was a slide. And it said the voting centers would make it easier for the teachers and the parents. I appreciate that. I love them. God bless them. But is it going to make it easier for us that have to travel? And Greg's in my case, it's 27 miles. And for our friends, it's further. It's the 45, just like these guys, only a different direction. And so if you're going to say it's going to make it easier for one group or one profession, yeah, I didn't appreciate that so much. Sorry about that, because we're not trying to make it easier for them. It will benefit them, absolutely, but it absolutely will not benefit us. And if that's petty, I really apologize for that, but I just, that focus on that one little deal leaves your farmers and your ranchers out that you're actually talking to today. That's a little hurtful, I think.
You're looking at me like I said
No, he's hurt.
Let me slow my face down, Mike.
Now he's gonna cry for the next 3 hours.
You guys have.
Greg Desmond, Benson, way out north Prairie Center. A couple things. We've got, off the top of my head, 5 families that are gonna be having to drive 45 miles to get to Torrington to vote. And so, myself included, I tell you what, I'm voting early. When does early voting start? How much time do we have to do that? I'm not coming to Torrington and battle lines to vote. Take reference to the last presidential election. The outcome of that election is because of voter turnout. People are sick and tired of it. We're gonna kill our voter turnout by doing this, I'm afraid. I have one other instance out in our country. We have one person that works in Lusk. I don't know if it's statute or what the deal is, but it's my understanding that their employer has to give them an hour to vote. That doesn't give her time to get down here and get back to Lusk. So she's either, you know, she loses that right to vote in person. She'll have to be here early. And I don't know, forgive me for my ignorance, I don't know if mail-in ballots are still a thing in Goshen County. I just read on a news outlet this morning that President Trump is trying to do away with mail-in ballots. So I think within the next 4 years, it's probably gonna happen, yes, Barry?
And I hope that President Trump and people who are on that, I mean, I voted for President Trump and I think he's doing a great job for our country. But I hope he knows the difference between mail ballot elections and absentee voting. Because mail ballot elections are when you go get your driver's license in a state somewhere and then you're automatically registered to vote and then you automatically get a ballot. That's what mail ballot elections are. Absentee voting is when you call our office and you say, would you please mail me a ballot? And you tell us who you are, what your driver's license number is, where you want it sent, and we mail you one ballot, and then you can hope that the mailman gets it back to us.
Very, very good point. And Mary, I want to say thank you for all the time you put into this. It was eye-opening to me. I learned quite a bit from your presentation, and you just taught me one other thing. Thank you.
Yes.
Well, also refugee from Colorado. What would be the cost for polling centers to have the e-poll books at each one? They sound like they might be a really good deterrent for any kind of voter fraud.
Well, the cost is simply a tablet and a printer. It's not very much. I think
your connectivity is what?
Yes, that's the problem, is being able to be connected to the internet, because if you're not connected to the internet, then it does you no good to have an e-poll book.
Would there be backup poll books at every one of these voting centers that would cover the entire county?
Yes.
So you have to maintain those poll books anyway, is that correct?
No, you just would, if you had a certain amount of time where you were able to use your computer, you would just write their name down on the poll book.
I'm sorry, I think there's a lot of grumbling here and we're all feeling very unsecure about the Wi-Fi. I feel like maybe people are feeling less secure.
Oh, well, so the Wi-Fi has nothing to do with the voting equipment. It's only the poll book.
Only access the list of voters.
Yes, it's the people who are registered to vote.
Okay, sorry, but economically, I feel like that's a huge waste of money when we're already just using paper. to switch over just for a holdup?
So the, you know, it used to be that we could be like 10 people off in a precinct, in a large precinct in Torrington. And it was like, it was okay, but it's not like that anymore. And usually it's the full book people who are writing names down, where you're off between the number of votes cast in the precinct and the number of people who are written
Could
on
the
the
same thing happen though if you push the wrong button, if you click someone's name wrong?
Well,
would they lose their vote?
It prints out on a sticker too, where you would say, is that your name, as you hand it to them. And if they said, no, I'm Edgar, not, you know, whatever, Eddie, then we would have to redo that.
One other question too, pertaining to a couple of people ago, but can election judges waive their payments?
No. They can receive their money and turn it back into Letitia. But in the statute, it is required we pay mileage, we pay at least minimum wage, we pay for an extra hour before they actually start working. It's all in the statutes.
Did you have another?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mary, I believe, based on my past computer system experience, that the internet connection is an additional cost, an additional risk. And I'd like to know how many instances we have record of in the past where someone tried to illegally vote that would have been prevented by having an internet connection that would allow us to check with the state agencies that you listed. How many instances do we have of that?
I looked through the folder and we had one person who showed up as a non-citizen. So she was sent a certified letter. She brought in her papers. She was actually a citizen. She had, and we've had, I think, 3 people who were felons that voted, and like one of them didn't respond at all, and they're more likely, like people, even when a felon has had their rights restored, sometimes they still didn't go to all the paperwork that they need to do to be able to legally vote. Because if you did your felony in a different state and you got your voting rights back in that state, you still have to go through the process of doing it here. Now, I see what you're saying, that why is it a big deal? And
No, that's not what I'm saying.
you're saying how many people, and so since we've only had 3, why are we so worried about it? Is
I'm
that
trying
what
to
you're
do,
saying?
yes, I am. I'm trying to do a risk analysis here.
Right.
And it
And-
strikes me as though in the first case that you cited, you were successful in resolving that.
I was
The other-
after they voted,
And the lady, the other 3 cases, as Kirk said, that was a violation of law by those people, not by the workers.
Right.
And so I don't know if that's preventable by any means.
And I'm sure that when Chuck Gray gets on, he will be telling you, he'll be addressing that, because he's the one who has brought up the subject so much of voter fraud and not having elections in Wyoming that are safe and secure.
I understand that. I hope that there is some value placed on the skepticism that so many of us have for advanced technologies that instead do not advance us, but instead set us backwards. So thank you. I appreciate your concern about those.
Yes.
So out of all the what ifs, what if we have a blizzard and the roads are closed? What would we all do? We would not be able to vote. And when it comes to voting, I know you need to save money, but our vote counts for more than what is happening just in Goshen County.
Yeah.
It affects what's going on in the state and at the national level.
I'm gonna go here and then I'll come back to you, okay?
Hi, I'm Morton from Lingo. I just wanted to make a point. I had the awesome responsibility of ability to be an election judge in the last primary and the general election. And when I tell friends and neighbors and relatives from around the country the way an election happened in Goshen County, they're awestruck. The security we had and the way it was conducted. And for the most part, they're just envious of this. And so I want to thank the folks at the county clerk's office. They did a wonderful job of helping us whenever we had questions and needs. And I just think that the way we have been doing it is a very secure and excellent way of doing it.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, I'm Scott Ramey. I seem to think that that this whole deal here should maybe, you should have another option and give us a chance to vote on it, like we vote your positions. Put it up to the next election. And I know how that's gonna work out, and that ain't gonna fit into you guys' plan. But what would be wrong with that?
Actually, my thought would be the opposite on that. I think that would work against the rural population. Because the people in the people that are in those voting areas are probably going to vote to reduce it. I mean, they have nothing to gain as far as an advantage by seeing these centers remain open. And so my thought would be, and I don't know what the rest of your thought response to that, I don't know that putting that to a public vote would be the very best thing to do.
Well, you're probably right, but I don't know, it just seems like it's always the city against the rural.
Yeah.
All the liberals in the city, all the conservatives.
Whoa. Great.
Not like that.
Well, but couldn't we all agree that, I would say, and I've thought, during several of the comments, that Goshen County is an example of what we enjoy in the state of Wyoming, which is still the golden child when it comes to election integrity, and what we've been able to do. Now, I think that it is, again, and I used the word earlier, preemptive, that we make sure that we try and stay ahead of that we remain in that spot. And I think that Mary's examples of different things that could happen, as Kirk mentioned, maybe putting the cart ahead of the horse. But I do think that it requires preparation in advance so that we can maintain that status. And these conversations will all go a long ways towards allowing us or ensuring that we're able to do that. But yeah, none of us want to think about the possibility that we could follow down the same path that we have watched happen to our south. It's closer than we want to admit.
That's right.
And I think it is something that we've all got to be very careful. And
some people forget about the voters out here.
Well, I can tell you that from my position, I haven't forgot about you. And I will say that if you were in any of the early conversations that I had with people when I considered running for county commissioner, the rural population in Goshen County, to me, is, I won't say it's more important than the city of Torrington or any of the other municipalities. I feel like the rural population lacks in representation sometimes. And I think that it's important, because of what Goshen County is, once again, that we are reminded of that and that we continue to do what we can to serve that population.
You're still getting to the point where these people on either end are still driving 60, 70 miles to go vote. Look at the county line up there. I'm 40 miles from town. What are they? They're close to 60 probably. That's what I'm saying.
That goes back
Taking them
to
into
your
consideration.
point. Yeah. Put them on the ends. Let them go out there. Now look what you did, Scott.
Well, maybe things will change. I don't know.
Well, It's all, I mean, it's all food for thought. It's all part of the conversation. Robbie, your hand was first.
Speaking again on behalf of the Democratic Party of Goshen County, and more than willing to work with Kirk. And between the two parties, we can really make this a true bipartisan effort to alleviate the problem of distance to get to a polling place. And I was looking closely at it, a polling center. 3 centered in the middle of the county is not really good enough. We need to have at least 5 from the Platte County edge all the way down to the Laramie County edge. 6 might be better, counting in Cheyenne and bringing in everybody up in the north area. And that is going to be a proposal that we will offer to you to make differences on this. I did never ever assume that you were going to try to put this down onto everybody and we would only have the 3. I always assumed, as I think I'm correct, in that you wanted some fair and competent discussion on how we can approach this whole thing, maintain our integrity in elections, which we do have in Wyoming.
Yeah.
Wyoming can do that. Heck, we've only got 580,000 people. Colorado's got 5.8 million people. There's where your difference is. And we can all work together. We can sit down and come up with bipartisan means of ensuring that our number one thing we have in this country that is near and dear to every single person is that ability to go in and select an individual to represent you in whatever position it is.
Right.
A Republican and a Democrat shaking hands.
I just noted, like, you don't see that every day.
Yeah.
But I just thought it's more or less what he just said. Can't we think about, you're cutting that over 2/3 from 11 down to 3. They stretch it out, like he said, 5 or 6.
Well, I go ahead.
I mean, I have thought about that. I don't know if there's gonna be any less fighting over which ones we decide that we're gonna cut, but I mean,
Yeah, but like I said
I
before.
want to save in my budget. I want to feel like the county elections are secure, and I don't want everybody to hate me, but I don't know.
But I see
have
what
that
you're
choice.
looking for to cut the expenses, but you've got 3 of them here in a 20-mile radius. And like everybody said, well, there's the people clear down there and clear up north. They can put half of them. Maybe it's later on, who knows? Maybe we'll be down to 1 or 3 or whatever. That was just my thoughts.
Okay. I know that some people are starting to trickle out because I know they probably have schedules to keep and different things. I would like to yield to Secretary of State Gray. If he is still available and would have a minute to address, to visit with us. Let's see if he is.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity. And it was great listening to everybody's comments. I first want to start out and express my strong opposition to this proposal. And I'll give some of the reasons in a moment, but I do want to lay out a little bit the process. There were some questions on that. Going back to 2015, there was a bill passed that was Senate Enrolled Act 53 that allowed these vote centers. And it was actually opposition to that bill is one of the reasons that I first ran for office, because I have always been really opposed to these consolidation of precincts, elimination of precincts. Now, in that bill, it did set about that the county commissions, this is one of the few areas, and there's about 5 areas in Wyoming state law where the statute explicitly says that a certain area of the administration of elections is outside of the uniform authority of my office, of the Wyoming Secretary of State, as the chief state election official. And this is one of those areas. So for example, and this has been one of the conflicts with the clerks, like on drop boxes, which is not allocated to a decision to the clerks or the counties explicitly, it is under the uniform authority of the code, meaning that as the chief state election official, that uniform interpretation should apply, meaning that we should not have drop boxes because we've been clear that they're not statutorily authorized, and that all directives allowing them by my predecessors have been rescinded. Now, this is one of the few exceptions where it says that precinct boundaries, polling place locations, vote centers, that is explicitly given to either the county clerk or the commission. In this case, it's the commission to make a decision on. So I wanted to lay out that I have no explicit authority over this decision, although I am strongly opposed. This is one of the areas that is explicitly given to the localities. That being said, as the chief state election official, I would like to weigh in. And I think this is a very bad proposal for Goshen County and for the state of Wyoming. I'm a strong believer in precinct voting rather than the trend of moving to vote centers. This proposal makes it more difficult for rural voters to vote in person on the day of the election by increasing the distance that qualified electors will have to travel in order to reach the polls. And we've heard great testimony, important testimony, on up to 45 miles or even more than that, that this would require individuals, qualified electors, to travel. This will make it less likely for rural voters to vote. It will also discourage in-person voting. And so not only are you going to discourage voting itself, you're going to have this move towards mail-in balloting, which, as President Trump said yesterday in his awesome statement, is less secure. And for decades now, I mean, this goes back to the Carter-Baker Commission of 2005. Even Jimmy Carter, who was the chairman of the Carter-Baker Commission, and of course, former Senator James Baker was on that commission as well in 2005, which was put in place to provide for recommendations on voting and security after the 2000 election. One of the main findings of that bipartisan Carter-Baker Commission is that mail-in voting is the least secure method of voting. And so a proposal like this is going to steer people towards mail-in voting or not voting at all, both extremely bad options and inconsistent with election integrity and inconsistent with our values. Precinct voting is also pivotal in and of itself to election integrity because it creates a smaller area with established boundaries within a county where qualified electors vote. Since precinct voting is tied to a certain geographic area, the qualified electors within a precinct live near each other, and that provides a very strong check where the individuals voting live near each other so that they can sort of, if they see something, say something, and also the individuals working at that precinct traditionally are individuals within that precinct, so they're more likely to know the individuals that would be voting within that precinct, and that increases security. So for those reasons, and I think there's really 2 boxes and a couple reasons within each box, I think it is really important that this proposal is rejected. I think it decreases, it moves away from election integrity, and I think precinct voting is consistent with election integrity. I want to push back on some of the arguments that were made by the county clerk, and certainly appreciate her point of view, but I just disagree with many of her comments. First, in regards to e-poll books, my office has been very clear. It was my predecessors that put in place e-poll books pursuant to Wyoming law. And we manage that system pursuant to Wyoming law, as I'm required to do under Wyoming law. But I have been very clear with the county clerks that one, this is a decision for the counties to make, and two, that I'm very skeptical of moving to vote centers in order to carry out an e-poll book option. And I'm skeptical of e-poll books on their face. But this argument that we're getting that, well, because there may not be an internet connection in the rural precincts, therefore they're arguing that they need to move to vote centers, I really disagree with that argument. And certainly if that's going to be the predicate for moving to e-poll books, that on its face is something that I would reject. And I'm skeptical of the e-poll books on their face as well. I think that having that entering of individuals that show up to the polls on election day is a way of doing it as well, of catching individuals that are not qualified electors, and certainly rejecting precinct voting to move to an e-poll book system is not consistent with election integrity. So I think I laid out why precinct voting is as the chief election official of Wyoming, the way I think we should be doing things. I'm very concerned by counties moving to vote centers. While this is a decision for the county commission to make, I am strongly opposed to this proposal and open it up for any questions. Thank you.
So I will pose the question, and I think that the main reason that this has become an issue in Goshen County, again, is very unique in our makeup, but with 11 different polling locations right now, we as a group of commissioners, having faced a cut in our budget due to the reduction of property tax, we're trying to figure out if there is a better way. So my question to you would be, is there an approach that can be taken at the state level that would ensure that counties like Goshen County have the ability to fund and continue to do what we currently offer to the residents of Goshen County in a time when we're trying to figure out how to make ends meet anyway?
Well, thank you for that question, Mr. Chairman. I certainly think that election integrity is the number one priority of government. And when you think about the creation of counties in Wyoming state law, the delivery of a safe, secure election that qualified electors have access to should be the number one priority. So when I think about budget prioritization, the idea of the reduction in revenues leading to this proposal, I'm just really questioning that thought process. Now, I'm happy to engage with you and the county clerk in seeing what the other proposals are on the table to get to where you need to be to get into the black. But the idea that this is one of the ones that it should be the number one priority. It should not be a lower priority. So I reject that idea a little bit. If there is some agreement we could come to, I'm open to engaging in a colloquy to that respect. But I think it's really important that these polling places remain open, and any ideas you have to help us to get to the finish line to where these remain open, I'm open to.
Well, I think from our standpoint, it probably begins with conversations that we have with our local representation in the legislature, and that we continue to promote for something that would ensure moving forward. I know that's not your decision. My question was more, I guess, of one, I guess I would like to see a commitment to that, in complete agreement with you that election integrity has got to be a number one priority. But as we sit here as a group of commissioners, that becomes a number one priority along with all of the other things that are a number one priority, if that makes sense. And so I would like to see, and maybe it's best to have the conversation with our local legislative representation to see that we could do something that would maybe strengthen our position moving forward that way.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just happy to engage in those conversations. I think that the funding is there to keep these polling places open. I want to work with you to get to the finish line on this. I'm going to be submitting written comment, like some of the other commenters said. I didn't have access to the presentation until it was made this morning. So in this intervening period between now and I guess September 2nd or whatever is the date where the decision is ultimately made, I will be also making written comments. But I really would urge you to reject this proposal and to keep the status quo in place with precinct voting.
Are there other comments from the body? Yes.
Valerie Sharp, I live here in Torrington, but I'm concerned. I have neighbors, friends that live out in the outlying areas. And some of my questions have been answered. But one of them is, I have voted in an area that didn't actually have a voting center. It had the same ballots for several different precincts at one table. I was given the wrong ballot. Did not realize that until I had turned my ballot in. And so I want to know what kind of security is going to be set up for that, so we ensure that when somebody shows up at a voting center, when they show up, that they're actually going to get the right ballot. So I don't really need an answer now. It happened to me. So I do appreciate everything Mary's done. I appreciate all of you for listening. But
yep.
This is the number one thing. I agree. If we don't have the right to vote in this country, then we've lost everything. So I have also volunteered many times, being an election judge. Never once got called.
You were on the ballot.
I did not sign up that time. I've signed up for the last 2 or 3 times before that, but I did not sign up when I was on the ballot.
Well,
because I knew that I could not do it. My mom was an election judge for over 30 years. I spent many days going down to the polls, taking meals, taking water and drinks. So I've been around the election judge. Anyway, my final thing is we have a lot of people here who are interested in this video. I do not understand why this is not out on Facebook. I do not understand why this is not being shared. There is no reason anybody should have to pay for this video. This affects every single voter in this county. Share it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman, could I respond to a couple of those points?
Yes.
Yep, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I think the previous commenter, I believe it was Valerie, I appreciate her comments. I think she, in Laramie County, where vote centers are very heavily used, I have received anecdotal reports that I'm trying to track down of individuals receiving incorrect ballot splits, meaning they get the incorrect races on their ballot. And these errors can happen in either setting. I'm not saying they couldn't happen in the other setting, but I think voting centers exponentially increase the chance of an error in terms of individuals receiving the correct ballot. There's a lot more moving parts at these voting centers. There's different ways of doing it. Granted, Laramie County has the touchscreens, which we're trying to move off of. So they have express voting, which is a little bit different from, I think, the way Goshen County would be doing it. But I still think the vote centers have a much higher chance of an error in terms of individuals getting the wrong ballots than retaining precinct voting.
Okay. We have another comment from the floor here. Cody?
Yes, I guess I would just kind of echo what what Mr. Gray said. I do not envy you guys at all when it comes to balancing the budget and which prioritizing what dollars are more important than another. That's an impossible task. And I recognize that and I appreciate what you do. In looking at the cost savings, if we're talking $30,000 to $40,000 that we're trying to save on the election, I think I know what the budget's like. I've been part of that process. I don't think this is the place to trim $30,000 to $40,000. I think I know what it's like, but I would really encourage that we do not do this. Okay.
Any other comments or questions that you would like to ask? Yes.
Yeah, I've got one question, and you kind of commented on it. Is it the final decision, is it Mary, the clerk's decision on this final one? Or is it the commissioner's decision? Who makes the final decision?
Mr. Gray, I think that was directed towards you.
Directed toward you, yes.
Got a conflict of statute.
I just want to be 100% in getting the correct statute. Mr. Chairman, when you look at 22-12-101B, it sort of has this merged approach where actually it could potentially be either. So I need to look at this a little. I want to get back to you on that question with my counsel, but I believe the way B is worded, but I think it because B says a polling place designated pursuant to subsection A of this section and used in the 2014 general election shall not be changed unless a notice describing the proposed change is posted on the county's official website in the manner provided. And then it continues. It says the county clerk shall notify the county chairman of each political party in the county not later than 15 days before the meeting. A proposed change in the location of a polling place may be adopted by the county clerk at a meeting of the county commissioners during which the proposed change is discussed. But that's a polling place. And then you have these further provisions on county commissions weighing in. So I want to get back to you on that question with council.
Now, Mary can do a proposed to the commissioners, but who makes the final decision for the people of Goshen County?
We don't know.
We don't know.
Would be intentions that the commissioners would vote yes or no. That would be the intention.
That was my understanding, and then last night I was in this tizzy because I just read the same thing that he did, and it doesn't make it clear. You're in a commissioner meeting, but it doesn't make it clear that it's. Yeah.
We will, we'll look forward to that response and yeah, exactly. Yeah. Anything else that you would like to add at this time, Mr. Gray?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will follow up in writing now that we have the presentation. And again, I'm strongly opposed to this proposal and would like to work with you to where we could get in a place where we can keep the status quo and keep our local precinct voting. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Further comments from the body? Yes.
I know this won't happen, but could we send budget in for this department? The whole problem goes away.
Yeah, well, we're not that easy, we would
Yeah.
make that, yeah, that stroke.
He was at the meeting because the person that paid his tables.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, and I think, you know, as, yeah,
Just quickly, when we talked about an additional meeting before you get to the September meeting, so September commissioner, an additional public meeting, when you get that, please ship that out. You gotta get that scheduled.
please. So, I'm just gonna pull my calendar here. If we want to stick to, that time frame of making a decision by or at the September 16th meeting, I would recommend that we attempt on September 9th, which is a Tuesday, that we set up a time in the Rendezvous Center. Of course, this would be tentative because we would have to make sure that it's available first of all. But a 6 o'clock in the evening meeting, open to the public, public comment opportunity, similar to what we've offered here today. Commissioner Burkhardt, anything you would add to that?
If we could move it to a Wednesday, that'd be amazing, the day after, but if we could do something within that week.
Okay.
I've got a daughter plays volleyball. Other than that, I can.
Okay. So that will be our intention. We will publish that as soon as we have made a decision about that. Again, we will have to confirm availability of that facility in order to be able to do that. Commissioner Walsh, anything that you would like to add this time? Folks, I'm very proud of Goshen County because I think that if we don't get involved, if we don't voice these concerns, ask the questions, have the real conversations, you can't complain about where it goes. If this room had been empty today, we wouldn't have had the time to share a lot of different things, and there have been a lot of good comments made. So I appreciate that. Please do not think that any of us that sit up here take those comments lightly, or that we don't intend to take under advisement the conversations that we've had here today. And obviously, we have a ways to go with it. So if there is nothing else that needs to come out as far as comment, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Not one over here. Just how are we going to receive notification on which day it is now?
Our county website is a good resource for people to go to. All the public notices that you newspaper are also posted on our website. So if you don't get the newspaper, you can go to our county website and find it there.
GoCounty.com.
Goshen County, wy.gov.
wy.gov.
I think,
and I'd like to say something also, is our Torrington Telegram now, it's a local paper, it's all about local people, need to support it. We want to by people.
Okay. Further comment? Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
It has been moved and seconded that we adjourn this meeting of the Goshen County Commissioners. Those in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion carries. The meeting is adjourned.